Yeah. Welcome. Good evening and welcome to this special meeting of Medway's Full Council, where we will consider a proposal to confer the honorary freedom of the Borough of Medway to the NHS Medway Foundation Trust. The conferment is in recognition of the contribution of the staff to the community, particularly as 2023 is the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the National Health Service. As usual, tonight's meeting is being live streamed via the Council's website. Before we start proceedings, I would just like to welcome and thank the following representatives from the Medway NHS Foundation Trust this evening. Joe Palmer, Chair, Mark Sprague, Deputy Chair, and Alison Davis, Chief Medical Officer. We also welcome Honorary Alderman Griffiths and Honorary Alderwoman Shaw to the meeting this evening. We now move to apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for this meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Shokar, Councillor Brown, and Councillors Hubbard and Prenter will be at full council, but are currently giving their apologies for the special council.
Thank you, Councillor Myton. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I have apologies from Councillor Wildy, Councillor Lamas, and Councillor Joy.
Thank you. Councillor Sands?
All present.
Thank you. I have also received apologies from Honorary Alderman Harriet. We move to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other non-pecuniary interests from members of the Council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. None. We move to the third agenda, conferment of honorary freedom of the Borough to Medway Foundation Trust. Councillor Murray, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and well, everybody. Tonight's an auspicious occasion, and it's our opportunity to mark the 75th anniversary of the NHS by demonstrating how much the service means to all of us, embodied by our local hospital, Medway Maritime Trust. So it's lovely to see you here tonight. I hope that all members have had the chance to read the report, which reminds us of the long and loyal service people in Medway have received since 1905, when the old Melville Naval Hospital in the Dockyard was moved to become the then new Medway Naval Hospital. Over more than a century, the hospital has continued to grow and change. At first as a naval hospital, withstanding war and conflict, with A Block being bombed during the Second World War, and so many other events which established the hospital's long-standing commitment to the needs of veterans, which endures today. History shows us that the people of Medway have always demanded a great deal from their hospital, complaining as they did in the early 60s that there was a terrible shortage of beds for acutely ill people, which led to the then Minister of Health declaring that the Royal Naval Hospital would henceforth come under the aegis of the National Health Service, which was by then steadily expanding after its introduction by that audacious group of 1945 Labour politicians, determined to improve the health of the nation by providing free care for all. Indeed, I'm very proud that the most significant period of investment and expansion for our hospital came under Labour in 1999, when a £60 million development brought the old All Saints and St Bart's hospitals into Medway Hospital, and with that a new name, Medway Maritime Hospital, to mark the expansion. Today, more than 4,000 people work at the hospital, providing clinical services for 500,000 people in Medway and Swale, with one of the busiest emergency departments in the UK. And our hospital delivers us 5,000 new Medway citizens every year. In the last decade, funding cuts, regulators, and reorganisations at government level have challenged our hospital, and the COVID crisis presented the greatest challenge of all, when very sadly, while they cared for us, hospital staff died too. And today, the struggle with waiting lists, strikes and recruitment are new problems being tackled. However, the dedication of staff, past and present, to give us the best service they can has always been clear. Crises are faced and improvements are made, so that lately, practice and innovation have been recognised even amid the turmoil, and the hard work and determination of staff has won awards. In particular, the new Patient First scheme, giving autonomy to make positive changes to staff and a renewed focus on the voice of patients, has placed the hospital at the forefront of good practice for this type of work. I hope all members will support the conferment of freedom of the Borough tonight for our much-loved and valued hospital, MHS Foundation Trust, and by doing so demonstrate our love, thanks and support for posterity.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Galvin, would you like to support the proposal?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I certainly would. And I've got to say it's a great privilege to be able to stand up here this evening and do that. Madam Mayor, when you mentioned declarations of interest, the thought occurred to me that we've all got to declare an interest, because Medway Hospital is at the heart of our community, and all of us here tonight rely on that hospital for our care. And I think that's something we must never, ever forget. The hospital is still very much on a journey to improvement. It's been, since the 12 years I've been on the council, we've had numerous CQC reports, good and bad. I've lost count of the amount of improvement plans that the hospital's produced. But all through that, the staff have carried on regardless. And I think what makes me so happy to support this is because, as Councillor Murray ably pointed out, it's the staff that we're really thanking and supporting them. And that's what we've got to remember. It's the staff. They've carried on through thick and thin and provided the best possible service they could to our residents and ourselves here in Medway. I hope that this award will be a boost to their morale, because they need a boost to their morale. And it's a small token of recognition of the high regard that the vast majority of us here in Medway have for the staff at the hospital. You know, and I wish to iterate that certainly on this side of the chamber, we will fight to make sure that no more services are taken out of Medway Hospital. I want to see Medway Hospital with numerous centres of excellence in the future. And I'm sure we can have a hospital that we could all be proud of. We love our hospital, and I think it doesn't take much more of an improvement. We've got one that we can be really, really proud of as well. So I wish you well with this. You know, I hope this, it is just a small token, but it's a heartfelt token, I think, from everybody in Medway, and we wholeheartedly wish you well for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. I will now call on the nominated members from the three groups who will each have up to 3 minutes to speak on the proposals. So I'll start with Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gurang. Today we come together to celebrate a remarkable achievement that has taken on an even greater significance in these challenging times. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Medway NHS Foundation Trust for being awarded the Freedom of the Borough, a recognition that holds a special place in our hearts, especially in the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic. When the world was grappling with fear and uncertainty, Medway Hospital stood tall, ensuring the continuity of critical healthcare services while simultaneously adapting to the evolving demands of the pandemic. Their dedicated doctors, nurses and support staff selflessly worked long hours, risking their own well-being to save lives and provide comfort to those affected by the virus. The Freedom of the Borough Award is not just a commendation, it is a symbol of trust, a testament to the unwavering dedication of Medway Hospital to our community. This honour recognises the extraordinary efforts and sacrifices made by the hospital, not only during the pandemic, but also day to day and 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, a machine that effectively operates for us, the residents. The past few years have tested our community's strength, resilience and compassion. In the face of adversity, our Medway Hospital stood as a beacon of hope and healing. It is a frontline fortress where healthcare professionals selflessly dedicated themselves to the well-being of our residents, often at great personal risk. They provide comfort to the afflicted, solace to the anxious, and life-saving care to those in dire need. Receiving the Freedom of the Borough Award underscores the Medway Foundation Trust Hospital's exceptional role in our community. It is a symbol of gratitude from the people whose lives you've touched and whose suffering you've alleviated. As we commend Medway Hospital for this well-deserved recognition, let us also remember the immense sacrifices and the tireless work that brought us to this moment. Let this award be a reminder that even in the face of adversity, our community and our healthcare professionals always rise to the occasion, demonstrating the true meaning of dedication and service. Today, we express our deep gratitude to the entire healthcare team, the doctors, nurses, porters, cleaners and volunteers, etc. The hospital is part of our community, an establishment with a wealth of history and service. As we celebrate 75 years of the NHS, we must all ensure it's protected. Imagine Medway without our hospital. We look forward to a brighter future where the Medway Foundation Trust Hospital continues to be a symbol of hope, resilience and healing. And once again, congratulations on this outstanding achievement and thank you for your extraordinary service. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Now, Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Behind the facade at the entrance of the Medway Maritime Hospital lies most of the original Royal Naval Hospital, opened in 1905 by King George VII at a cost of £800,000. It was built within budget, and with the small change left over, the main clock tower, still visible today, was built as an add-on that seafarers returning to Chatham Naval Base would see as one of the first landmarks they would see on their return. Other hospitals in Medway include All Saints, and within its first 20 years was one of the largest hospitals in Kent, and coincidentally was known at the time as the Medway Hospital. By 1999, the site closed with all services having moved to Medway Maritime. The St Bart's Hospital, the building that stands today, was constructed in 1861 as a general hospital and was finally closed in 2016. St William's, Rochester, is today a hospice of high repute and still available for the people of Medway. The brief run-through on just some of the medical and hospital facilities across Medway leads us to where we are today. Yes, we do need buildings, but more importantly, we need people to look after us. 75 years of the NHS has taken us through to modern medicine as we know it today. Millions of lives have been changed for the better as a result of the NHS. The Medway, as it is affectionately known, has some 600 beds and available for patients who are cared for by over 4,800 dedicated members of staff, of which 1,400 are registered nurses and 650 or so doctors, serving over 427,000 people throughout Medway and Swale. With an executive team in place, led by Jane Black, there is also a team of non-executive directors, led by the Trust Chair, Joanne Palmer, holding the executive directors to account. Regrettably, Jo will be leaving us shortly to take up a post outside of the hospital services, but we would all wish Jo well in her new endeavours, and I'm sure you would all join me in saying thank you, Jo, for all that you have done for the people of Medway. Finally in place is the Council of Governors, representing the interests of the communities and holding the non-executive directors to account, who in turn must take the view of the governors when planning and making decisions. Governors come from the elected members from across Medway and Swale, partner governors representing our universities, not to mention the KCC and Medway Unitary Authority. With that, Madam Mayor, it gives me great pleasure to say that I fully support and I'm pleased to speak in support of the proposal to confer the honorary freedom of the Borough on the Medway Maritime Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Councillor Crozer.
Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. Madam Mayor, I don't know whether I'm the oldest member in the chamber, but I'm sure that there isn't a member here that hasn't that has seen the NHS prior to its 75 years. And I think I'd like to agree with Councillor Galvin that we all owe a debt of gratitude to the NHS. And for me, that's made me look back on my life to see what debt of gratitude that I owe in particular to the NHS. And there's three incidents within my lifetime that the NHS have come to my rescue. My first was when, as a 5-year-old boy, I was in Maidstone Hospital having my tonsils out. That was very traumatic, and I remember it completely and very well, but it wasn't life-saving. My second, however, was in All Saints Hospital on a very dark and windy Boxing Day evening when my son, my first son, was in difficulty in breathing and had to be rushed into All Saints to get treatment. And there, Mr. Lobo, who was a very fresh new consultant surgeon there, performed his first tracheostomy on my son. And a few weeks after that, there was an ambulance strike, and my son had to go up to St Thomas's Hospital, and the ambulance service stood by him and took him there with no trouble at all. And the third incident, Madam Mayor, of course, we all experienced in COVID, and we all take the NHS for granted. But in that period of time when the country was at its worst, almost like World War II, some would say, the NHS were there, the staff were there, and we do owe a debt of gratitude to them. And it gives, we will support whatever accolade we give the NHS. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Crozer. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It really is an honour to speak on this proposal, and I'm delighted to support the award to Medway NHS Foundation Trust to receive honorary freedom of the Borough. I'm proud as a Gillingham councillor that Medway Hospital is located in my ward and plays such an important part in our community, providing care and employing staff from across the towns. As many will be aware, the hospital has played a significant part in Medway's history, supporting the dockyard community as well as playing a vital role in both the First and Second World Wars. More recently, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the hospital rose to a new and unprecedented challenge as we faced a global pandemic. Staff put their own lives at risk, needing to isolate from their families in order to protect ours. They led by example, showing integrity, compassion, and the strongest form of leadership. And like many others here, I have my own personal experiences of Medway Hospital, as its staff have been there for my family through some of the toughest periods and some of the best, whether that be looking after my grandparents through sickness or being there for the birth of nieces, nephews, cousins. And I will never forget the role they played in looking after my dad during his battle with cancer. Madam Mayor, we know that we are in a moment in history where our NHS, a proud creation of the Labour government, faces some of its biggest challenges. In the last decade, it has faced underfunding, significant restructures, and a global pandemic. But there is hope yet, for in the words of Nye Bevan, the NHS will last as long as there's folk with faith to fight for it. Well, there certainly are folk here to fight for it. And Madam Mayor, in Medway, we start part of that journey by recognising the hard work, dedication and resilience of the staff who have continued to play a vital role in our community despite many challenges. The Freedom of the Borough is the highest award that a council can award a body, and it's so well deserved by Medway Hospital. I am delighted to support this proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Medway Hospital is one of the institutions at the centre of our public services and which serves the people of Medway. As set out in the report, the hospital has a long history of serving members of the armed forces in both peacetime and war, and has provided services to residents of the area since 1961. For many residents, Medway Hospital provides both emergency and planned care, and the fact that it's available provides comfort and security. My experience of the hospital and the staff has in the main been one of compassion and care, bringing 3 children into this world safely and without incident. Conferring this honour acknowledges the work of individual staff on a day-to-day basis and underlines the point that residents hold the staff and more generally the NHS in very high regard. We should also acknowledge that staff working in the hospital lost their lives carrying out their duties during COVID, treating patients in very difficult circumstances. But we should also acknowledge that Medway Hospital is on a journey from RI to outstanding. Any reading of its latest report shows where the challenges lie, both in terms of treatment time targets, diagnostic time targets, and the fact that only 47% of staff would recommend the hospital as a place to be treated, and less than 50% of staff would recommend the hospital as a place to work. So on that basis, I hope Councillor Murray will be equally enthusiastic in holding the management team at the hospital account on behalf of local residents to make the journey for improved services so that we can all enjoy a high standard of care in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I have a request from Councillor Spalding, who was not due to speak, but I will allow him because this is a special council for a very special reason. So, Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all got our tales of treatment hospitals, NHS, and I'd like to thank the hospital on behalf of all the sportsmen. At a young age, I was introduced to the fine art of egg chasing, also known as rugby football. And on more than one occasion, on a Saturday, I found myself being mended, patched up, or put back. And indeed, on one occasion, according to the players in my team, there was a loud crack, a scream, and I was on the way to A&E. I had a broken nose. Imagine my horror to be told, having been cleaned up, that I would have to go back shortly, have it actually broken and reset. And of course, like any good rugby guy, you turn up at the club the following week to watch, suddenly find your team's one short and agree to play on the wing. Same scenario, 20 minutes in, there's a crack, a scream, and a certain person is on the way back up to A&E, only to find the same medical team are on duty. And after cleaning me up again, it was a case of, oh, it's you. Do us a favour, clear off and don't come back. And I said, why? Whoever did it, straighten your nose up. We've all got memories, some slightly amusing like that. But I am forever grateful that they are there, and they are there when we need them in a hurry. So I do say thank you, and it will be my pleasure to absolutely endorse this award. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and it's a real pleasure to contribute to this debate tonight. This is, interestingly, the first freedom of the borough for a non-armed forces organisation. But of course, as we've heard tonight, actually, at its heart, this building, and it's not about the building, as many people have rightfully said, has even got that armed forces link there. So I'm really proud to be speaking this debate tonight. As colleagues in the room know, one of the things we've talked about since May is One Medway. And I'm really proud that one of the first 8 signatories to the One Medway Charter was at the Foundation Trust. Why is that? Because they're at the heart of our community. They are there for us 24/7, day in, day out, through the best of times and the worst of times. And many colleagues have spoken tonight around the sacrifices, both the personal sacrifices, the sacrifices of family members as well. Let's not forget, during those difficult months and years of the COVID pandemic, many professionals were purposefully staying away from their family members to protect them and to protect us. So I'm incredibly grateful for what that hospital does. They were there for Ned's first breath, and sadly they were there for the last breath of both my mum and dad. So absolutely, as Adrian Goldwyn rightfully says, all of us should have declared an interest at the start of this item, because we've all had those personal experiences, and all 59 of us could say, this is why this hospital, the people working there, matter to us and matter to the people that we represent. So it's with great honour that I support my friend and colleague, Councillor Murray, in her moving of this, supported by Councillor Goldwyn, again sending a clear cross-party message that the hospital truly is at the heart of our community that we've been elected to represent. So it's a great day, it's a great opportunity, it's a great moment for us all to reflect on those individual experiences that we've all had, difficult and wonderful and everything in between. I won't talk about the time I broke my finger whilst in goal. We didn't win that match. But the support then was phenomenal too. So look, Mayor Gurung, this is a special moment. We don't give freedom of the borough very often here in Medway. It's not something we do lightly. So I'm very proud to speak in favour of our hospital, all of our hospitals here. One Medway, one hospital, one community, one freedom of the borough tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Now, going back to Councillor Murray, would you like to respond and conclude the debate on the proposal, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, for those contributions. And I hope that the friends and colleagues at the hospital have heard how much you mean to us. And I think we stopped just at the right time for those personal stories before they got any more detailed. But what was said here tonight was typical, I think, of most people's experience of the hospital. And for your assurance, and particularly Councillor Lawrence's, we are always prepared to work with you. We want you to improve. We're not here to criticise you. We're here to be a friend who wants you to improve, who knows that you've got the potential to be outstanding, who recognise that everybody in Medway deserve the very best treatment that they can have. And as my friend Councillor Khan says, remember those wise words of Nye Bevan. The folks here want the NHS to succeed. And we want you to succeed, and tonight we've recognised the fact that you are very much at the heart of our community. Long may that continue, and I hope that you will enjoy having the freedom of the borough. So with that, I ask everybody to support the proposal in the report, please.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. So do members agree that the recommendation as set out in paragraph 1.1 of the report on page 7 of the agenda? If yes, can I please have a show of hands? Everybody is in agreement. Thank you very much. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed. We will now have a short break before starting the ordinary full council meeting at 7:15 p.m. Thank you. Please be seated. Where's my next? Good evening and welcome to this meeting of Medway's Full Council, which is being live streamed via the Council's website. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the Mayoralty this year, and Farah Forghani, representing the Baha'i faith, will now say prayers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen, as well. As you heard, I'm from the Baha'i faith and representing the Medway interface tonight here. I'd like to thank Medway Council for giving us this opportunity, the faith community, to be able to attend the meetings like this and to share our thoughts and prayers with you. It is an absolute privilege and honor for me to be here tonight. And my involvement with Medway Interface started back in the late 1980s. It was called Medway and Maidstone Interface Group. But later on, back in 1997, it got reformed to its current status, and we were called Medway Interface Action. The contributions that Medway Interface has made in this community to promote harmony and dialogue between people of faith and none has been recognized both nationally and locally. Back in 2009, and then the chairman of the Medway Interface, late Gabriel Lancaster, who is also the chair of the Chatham Memorial Synagogue, was honored with MBE for his work and contribution to Medway Interface and Medway Sacre. One might ask, why is it that I'm interested to joining Medway Interface? Well, in Baha'i scriptures actually encourages us to consort with the followers of all religions in this spirit of friendliness and fellowship. So just joining the group like Interface, it seems the obvious choice for me. Secondly, act of service is very important to the Baha'is. Baha'u'llah, founder of the Baha'i faith, founder prophet of Baha'i faith, has taught us that we should dedicate ourselves to the service of the entire human race. He says, with the utmost friendliness and in a spirit of perfect fellowship, take ye counsel together and dedicate the precious days of your lives to the betterment of the world. Now, all of this has got a greater aim, and the greater aim is to achieve the most great peace. The subject of which I'm sure is on everybody's thought these days, seeing what's happening in Israel. Abdu'l-Baha says, there is no greater glory for man than that of service in the cause of the most great peace. Peace is light, whereas war is darkness. Peace is life, war is death. Peace is guidance, war is error. Peace is the foundation of God, war is satanic institution. Peace is the illumination of the world of humanity. War is the destroyer of the human foundations. When we consider outcomes in the world of existence, we find that peace and fellowship are factors of upbuilding and betterment, whereas war and strife are the causes of destruction and disintegration. Baha'u'llah has said, "Blessed and happy is he who arises to promote the best interests of the peoples and kindreds of the earth. It is not for him to pride himself who loveth his own country, but rather for him who loveth the whole world. The earth is but one country, and mankind is citizens." Medway Interface is in the process of issuing a formal statement regarding the issues in Israel and what's happening there. And we're just going through the reviewing that statement and actually jointly approving it, and will be published within the next 24 hours. Meanwhile, let us pray together for the world peace. O Lord, draw up the people from the abyss of the ocean of hatred and enmity, and deliver them from the impenetrable darkness. Unite their hearts and bring their eyes with the light of peace and conciliation. Deliver them from the depths of war and bloodshed, and free them from the darkness of error. Remove the veil from the eyes and enlighten their hearts with the light of guidance. Treat them with thy tender mercy and compassion, and deal not with them according to thy justice and wrath, which cause the limbs of the mighty to quake. O Lord, dispel the darkness of these corrupt desires, and illumine the hearts with the lamp of thy love, through which all countries will ere long be enlightened. Thou art the mighty and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlooketh the shortcomings of all mankind. Amen.
Thank you, Farhan, from the Medway Interfaith Action, representing the Baha'i faith. Farhan, you may leave now, but if you want to stay, you can stay. Right, okay. So we are moving to agenda number 1, which is apologies for absence. Councillor Maritime, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Brown and Councillor Shokar, Councillor Mark Prenter will be here in due course.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kemp, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I have apologies from Councillor Wildy, who may be here, but if he does, he will be late.
Understood. Thank you very much, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Sands, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
No apologies and no absences.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. We move to Agenda 2, Declarations of Interest. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interests from the members of the Council? If yes, please clearly describe the nature of your interest. So we have Councillor Perfect and Councillor Lawrence. So Councillor Perfect first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an OSI in relation to item 12, which references the Beyond Schools Trust and the Inspire Partnership Academy Trust and to the schools they operate. I'm a member of that trust and therefore will withdraw for that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 12, I will be excusing myself from that as I'm Chair of Trustees of the Inspire Partnership, which has 2 schools mentioned in the report, Maldine Primary School and Delta Academy.
Thank you. As you know, when we are discussing that particular item, if you could kindly withdraw from the meeting and use that front room at the front of the building. Thank you very much. So we move to Agenda 3, which is the record of last meeting. Is it agreed, Council, that I sign the minutes of the meeting held on 20th July as an accurate record? Thank you. Agenda 4 is the Mayor's announcements. I would like to advise members of the sad news that Michael Bailey, a former Rochester-upon-Medway councillor from 1991 to 1995, passed away recently. I would also inform members that both Councillor Anang and Councillor Maple have lost their beloved fathers recently. I'm sure all members will join me in extending our heartfelt condolences to Michael's family, as well as to the families of Councillors Anang and Councillor Maple. Members will have been shocked at hearing of the desecration of Chatham Memorial Synagogue Cemetery back in August, and that all of the Chamber and the good people of Medway will denounce such actions that hurt and upset fellow community members. More globally, we are heartbroken and aghast at the present situation and hope and pray for a peaceful outcome in the Middle East. I will now say a few words from a very powerful hymn we sang at the recent justice service at Rochester Cathedral. What quiet joy can bloom and grow when people work for peace, when hands and voices join as one, that hate and war may cease. We will now hold a minute's silence. Thank you. Moving on, I would just like to say well done to everyone who has worked really hard to achieve the Ofsted Good rating for Medway Children's Services, as this is good news for all our children and young people. And thanks to Gillingham Football Club for supporting the Children's Services celebration event. And thank you also to every single person and organization that joined together to make Medway Pride 2023 such a great success. We will have the following mayoral events, and more information, if needed, is available from my office. So on Friday the 3rd of November, we have charity quiz at Medway Rugby Club in Rochester. And on Saturday, 18th of November, we have an evening of Nepalese Gurkha culture and cuisine at Gurkha Brothers in Chatham. And the recent Mayor's charity fundraising event called the Midwife Tour here at historic Chatham Dockyard raised over £600 for the mayoral charities. Moving forward, please can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly, and can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first. Finally, I would also ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. It is very important that all members conduct themselves in a manner befitting public office and continue to have regard for the 7 principles of public life, namely selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. Accordingly, I look forward to tonight's discussions and debates in the knowledge of Medway's residents' high expectations of all of us. So we move to Agenda 5, which is the leader's announcements. May I call on the leader of the council to make any announcements?
Thanks, Mayor Gurung. I have one announcement which has been since the start of this meeting. It's great to hear Medway Interfaith Action will be sending out a powerful message to our community in the next 24 hours. That is a trusted local voice, and I pledge personally to make sure I'll share that as far as wide as I can. I was pleased to write to Medway Interfaith Action earlier in the week around the terrible situation we find happening, and I welcome the minute silence we've just had. So I look forward to sharing that statement when it's published.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. We now move to Agenda 6, which is the petitions. Are there any members of the public who wish to hand in a petition? There is. If so, please come straight to the microphone and read out the title of the petition. Please, could I ask you to highlight the name of the lead petitioner on the petition and leave the petition on the table for collection?
So the petition is recognising different genders on all equality monitoring forms. And this is from Medway Liberal Democrats. I'm the lead petitioner on X-Wrist.
Thank you. Are there any other petitions from the members of the public? Right. So will any councillors now indicate if they wish to hand in petition? We have Councillor Brake and Councillor Spalding. Please note that your petition can be left on your table and the Democratic Services staff will collect it at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On behalf of residents of Bulrush Close and those living in the vicinity of Chestnut Avenue Green Space are requesting that Medway Council look at the situation with regard to security, the well-being of members of the public, and the problems being associated with young people and sometimes not so young riding motorcycles and quad bikes, etc., racing up and down the green space. Thank you,
Thank you very much. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a petition in respect of traffic calming to be introduced to control traffic along the Ratcliffe Highway through the village of St Mary Hoo. The lead petitioner is Sally Carman, and it is worth mentioning this has 123 signatures, which people might not think is much, but when you bear in mind there's only 197 residents of voting age in that particular ward, I've got to say that's pretty impressive. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. So we are now moving to Agenda 7, which is the public questions. We have 30 minutes to deal with 15 public questions on the agenda. We have been given an undertaking that people will be able to read out the questions. So I will now call the questions out in the order printed on the agenda. Please, would those who are asking questions come to the microphone at the front of the public gallery? And may I remind those who are called upon to answer questions that answers must not exceed 3 minutes. Any questions not dealt with this evening will receive written responses instead. Finally, I must remind everyone there is no facility for supplementary questions. So, question A, Sandra Fowler, please come up to ask your question.
Some councillors, particularly those who are football fans, will have visited last year's well-received exhibition at the Guildhall Museum, which celebrated the life and achievements of Strood-born Isaac Newell. There is a growing national and international campaign to erect a statue of Newell in his birthplace. Will Medway Council offer support to this worthy campaign, and in doing so, will it help find a site in Strood for this statue?
Thank you, Sandra. Councillor Mahill, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Sandra. We're extremely proud of Medway's association with Isaac Newell, and I'm delighted that we have recognised his historical importance in the development of football in Argentina. As you say, last year's exhibition at the Guildhall Museum was extremely well received, and we have continued to promote the importance of Isaac by setting up a permanent exhibition at Strood Sports Centre and by inducting him to the Medway Hall of Fame at last December's Sports Award. We'll be happy to engage and work with any organisation interested in further promoting the story of Isaac, and I'm happy to discuss and further explore options with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahill. Jessica McCann, please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Right, thank you. Jessica will receive a written response instead from Councillor Curry. Lindsay Burke, who is not present this evening, will also receive a written response. Peter Harrison is not present this evening and will receive a written response instead. Tracy Wilson, please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Right, Tracy will also receive a written response from Councillor Khan. Nicholas Chan, please come up to ask your question.
Yes, under Medway's contract with Wheeler, on the dry mixed recyclables, DMR, can the portfolio holder please set out what means of transport will Wheeler use to ship DMR to the Southwark Integrated Waste Management Facility, including details of the carbon footprint of those transportation methods for the October 2022 to October 2024 contract?
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much for your question. Accurate information on carbon footprint is currently not available. As part of our ongoing work stream, I can advise you that the Waste Services team are working with all our partner agencies to develop a wider Scope 3 emissions data, which will include this information and will be available once it's ready. As you may be aware, this new authority places our climate action at the heart of all that we do, especially the management of our waste, and this is now a priority for us.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Matthew Broadley, please come up to ask your question.
In 2019, the Tory-run Medway Council purchased the Pentagon Shopping Centre for £34.8 million. In 2021, the Tory-run Medway Council purchased Mountbatten House for £1.975 million. The cross-party Medway Town Centre's strategy of 2022 has failed already, and it's not robust enough to weather the storm of national household brands collapsing and market behaviours moving towards online shopping. This is evident following Wilko, one of the largest shopping units by floor space, recently closing in the Pentagon. At the time of writing, there are a large number of vacant shopping units within the Pentagon, with more long-term tenants indicating that they will shortly be closing up shop. Kelly Tolhurst, the MP for Rochester and Stroud, which includes Chatham Town Centre and the Pentagon Shopping Centre, has recently made an intervention stating that she wants the Pentagon levelled to free up space for new housing. Labour's response to the 2019 Tory acquisition of the Pentagon was to declare that a future Labour-controlled council would deliver an effective strategy to revitalise the Pentagon and the wider town centre. It has been 3 years since that acquisition. Where is Labour's effective strategy to revitalise the Pentagon and the wider town centre, as the decline appears to be accelerating under this Labour administration?
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, could you please respond?
Thank you for your question. I'm glad that you've brought the Member of Parliament for Rochester and Stroud's comments to the attention of full council. Our high street needs diversity if it is to thrive, and while I agree that some housing in our town centres is needed to support regeneration, we cannot and should not bulldoze the Pentagon for housing when the future of its first floor as a place for local people to access vital health services and an innovative place for local startups to work is key to revitalising Chatham. The comments made by the MP for Rochester and Stroud were deeply unhelpful and reckless. As a council, we had to reach out to several partners to make sure they understood our plans hadn't changed and that we remained committed to our shared vision for the Pentagon. Any effective strategy to revitalise the Pentagon must be built on a foundation of security and confidence if potential partners are to be willing to invest, and I'm afraid the comments made by the MP undermined that. I would remind the questioner that Medway Labour and Cooperative Party only took over the administration of Medway Council in May, but since then we have been working hard on plans to revitalise the Pentagon, and as I mentioned, there are a number of exciting projects in development, including the Healthy Living Centre and the Innovation Hub, that will provide not only co-working spaces but also business support for our thriving business community. These plans will help drive more people into the centre of Chatham, benefiting the existing local shops and restaurants in the Pentagon and also the broader town centre. And we look forward to updating on the progress on those plans when we're able to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Trish Marchant, please come up to ask your question.
Accessibility has been a phrase that multiple administrations, both locally and nationally, have promoted for over a decade. Disability Discrimination Act 95, the Equality Act 2010 are in place to support the needs of a wide range of people, and the Accessibility Regulations 2018 emphasise the need for online resources to meet accessibility standards and highlighted that 1 in 5 people in the UK have a long-term illness, impairment or disability. Many more have a temporary disability, which is the equivalent of approximately 56,000 people in Medway. At the last council meeting, my friend's question could not be asked in person as she was unable to attend due to her disability. Questions not asked receive a written response, which I feel falls short of the accessibility expectations of the council. The current process thus actively disempowers people who struggle to attend these meetings and so are unable to exercise their public function. Disabled people should be able to engage in their democratic duty in the same way as non-disabled people, and this needs to be reformed by Medway Council. Reflecting on the above, will the leader of the council now commit to reforming the process by which public questions are asked to 1, allow those who have submitted a public question to ask it remotely using an online facility, and 2, allow those who have submitted a public question to appoint a person who can ask the question on their behalf?
Thank you very much, Trish. Could Councillor Maple please respond?
Thank you very much indeed for the question, Trish. I'm sorry that your friend was unable to ask her question at the meeting in July, although obviously I understand she's received that written response on the 26th of July, and that written response, along with others, are published in the Council's website and minutes after the meeting. I will ask officers to bring back proposals to the next Council meeting so that members of the public who have submitted questions but are unable to attend that meeting do receive a response to their question at the meeting. As you will see from the report later on in the agenda tonight, we will be considering later, the Council will be asked to agree the reintroduction of supplementary questions for public questioners. So I hope this shows and demonstrates that this administration is committed to supporting public participation in our full council meetings. There is a wider question around online and virtual meetings, which councils did have special dispensation for during COVID, which has subsequently been rescinded. Although the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities have consulted on the use of this, moving forward, there's been no proposals from central government on allowing councils to take a position on this on a local basis. I will therefore also ensure we contact DLUC on this matter too for an update, as it directly links back to your question of allowing greater participation, frankly, for all those who cannot get to a cold church on a Thursday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. We now have questions from Vivian Parker. Please come up to ask your question.
Would the council be willing to install a crossing near Bridgewood's Asda? People have already broken down the fence at this point to cross to the other side, and without the crossing, they are having to navigate the Bridgewood's roundabout on foot or walk back to Watson Avenue, carrying heavy shopping. Not good if you are elderly or disabled.
Thank you, Vivian. Councillor Curry, could you please respond?
Thank you very much, Viv, for your question. We understand and acknowledge the changes presented by the location of the Asda store on this busy dual carriageway. We also accept that the controlled crossings along this section of the A229 are situated a little distance away. We really want residents to be able to make sustainable and safe transport choices, and we do what we can to improve accessibility and make these choices easier for everyone. We are currently developing a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan that identifies areas of Medway where things can be improved. This plan looks at our existing walking and cycling network, identifies gaps and prioritises routes for improvement. Whilst we cannot commit to installing a crossing near Asda right now, I will ensure that the A229 in the vicinity of this store is considered as part of this work.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Carl Dunks is not present this evening, so he will receive a written response as well. So we next have Alan Wells. Please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Wells will receive a written response as well. So we next have Stuart Bourne. Could you please come up to ask your question?
We are currently facing a climate emergency, a cost of living crisis, where growing your own fruit and vegetables can have a dramatic impact on reducing food miles and providing cheap, healthy food. And for those without large gardens, allotments have been the only way for many to do this. Yet the data I have seen shows that since 2018, the waiting list has nearly tripled from 695 to 2,009 people. And the average waiting time for a newer plot is now 2.5 years, or some people have waited 5 years and have still not got a plot. It is shocking that so many people want to do the right thing but are hampered and discouraged. Can a portfolio holder please explain the cause of this ever-increasing backlog, setting out what action will be taken to ensure it is cleared?
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Councillor Curry, could you please respond?
Thank you very much, Stuart, for your question relating to allotment provision. In such an area as Medway, an urban area as Medway, it is not always possible to provide suitable allotment space close to where people live, and the demand has historically been greater than supply. The Council has commissioned a new green space study that includes an allotment module. This will allow the Council to assess allotment provision across the borough, identifying where demand exceeds provision and where, if possible, in those areas where more allotment and community growing spaces can be provided. In existing allotments, when plots become available, consideration is given as to whether the plots could be subdivided, and in partnership with the Allotment Association, and for those sites that have allotment representatives, work is being completed to bring vacant lots back into order so that they may be let to new allotment holders. The Council is also making an assessment of where its existing green spaces may be used for allotment space, an example being Cossington Park, where besides the new tree nursery, allotments and community growing spaces will be provided. Currently, the Council does not have the budgetary provision and resources to satisfy the full demand for allotment space. Through the local plan process, the Council will be reviewing its policies around allotments and seeking, where appropriate, new allotments and community growing spaces enabled through development and financial developer contributions. As part of the local plan process, we are now carrying out a public consultation up until the end of this month, and I urge everyone to sign into the Medway Council website and give us your views on the provision of services, including allotments, in your area.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. We now have a question from John Castle. Please come up to ask your question.
My question is as written.
Councillor Osborne, could you please respond?
Thank you for the question, John. Medway Council agrees that the discharge of sewage within the Medway estuary from water companies is not acceptable. In June 2022, you might be aware that a members' item on this was submitted by myself, and we invited numerous members of Southern Water to attend. Members on this side and on the opposition have also led a cross-party delegation to Motney Hill Sewage Works, where it was made clear to those present that infrastructure improvements and costs should not fall on the taxpayer, and that we expected better from our water company. This members' item and our delegation led to increased engagement from Southern Water to improve reporter metrics and to give residents a single point of contact for discharges. Southern Water also agreed at last year's members' meeting to review the impact of discharges on the natural environment and to engage fully in our local plan process. Many members have also met with leading advocates that are challenging sewage outflows nationally, including events in Rochester with Feargal Sharkey and others, and fully support the work that advocates are undertaking to our rivers and coasts. We absolutely support resident efforts to challenge this problem. Councils, unfortunately, have limited powers on sewage outflows. We note that the Environment Agency has also increased their monitoring of water companies, and Medway Council agreed to working with partners to ensure that regular testing of water is undertaken within the estuary to ensure water quality. But we admit this needs to be more robust, and we need national government to step up. It is important that there is consistency in reporting for outflows, as was stated at last night's excellent local authority event. And it is my belief, and it is the administration's belief, that this government needs to step up with a strengthened Environment Agency engaging on mandatory testing across all our rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. We only have 2 more questions, so I'll allow both questions to be asked. So we now have Onyx Rest. Please come up to ask your question.
So my question is, does Councillor Maple agree with Medway Liberal Democrats of the need to be inclusive of the non-binary community on all equality monitoring forms?
Thank you, Onyx. Councillor Maple, please, could you respond?
Thank you for your question, Onyx. Inclusivity of all communities is vitally important to this administration. Collecting equality data allows us to better understand our local communities and workforce. Non-binary is an option included in equality monitoring, which takes place as part of our recruitment process. Our equality monitoring questions used in surveys and consultations align with those that are used by the Office of National Statistics in the 2021 census. We recognise the importance of information about gender identity for policy development and service planning, as well as the need for information on those with the protected characteristics of gender reassignment as set out in the Equality Act 2010. When we're consulting with our local communities, we need to balance asking questions about gender with our other obligations such as data protection. Many of our consultations consider topics that affect everyone. In these instances, collecting information about a person's gender could be disproportionate, as a relatively small number of responses is unlikely to be able to identify statistically significant differences with the wider community. Where it is appropriate to ask about gender identity, we may also consider alternative methods to collect views, such as approaching recognised local groups to ask those who attend to share their views. The qualitative research is likely to identify better information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. The last question from Kate Belmont. Please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Kate will also get a written response then. So we move on to Agenda 8, which is the Leaders' Report. We will have 35 minutes to receive and debate the Leaders' Report. May I call on the Leader to present his report?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Gurung. It's a good night to be at a Medway Council meeting. And the reason for that, no doubt, is not the various debates we're going to have. It's about spending a few more moments to recognise our brilliant team and our partners who have helped this council deliver a good Ofsted. As I've said elsewhere, I pay tribute to the previous portfolio holder, Josie Isles, and indeed the previous shadow portfolio holder, Clive Johnson, in their work on this particular issue. I also want to recognise, while she's in the room, former councillor Pat Cooper for her tremendous championing for the role of corporate parenting. So much so that it was her in mind as we brought forward the proposals, strong proposals, that this council on an annual basis will receive a report on that very issue. There's more work to be done. We can't be complacent, we won't be complacent. And I know scrutiny will take this seriously. I'll continue regular meetings with senior officers, and I know councillors Coombs and Price will both be in their portfolios, making sure those visits, those conversations, those interventions as political leaders, supportive, of course, in trying to get us to that point where we want to be. I want this administration, I want this council to deliver outstanding services. That will be a challenge, in part because of the finances, and we'll talk about that before I finish, but also in part because of some of the recruitment and retention issues. Those aren't unique to Medway. There is elements of a cabal happening in this sector, project teams vastly overcharging all upper tier authorities because they know there are staffing shortages. And we will do everything we can through political channels, through officer channels, and I know both our director and assistant director are working hard on that. So there's more to be done, but at moments like this we should pause and reflect the journey this council's been on. That report 4 years ago was pretty shameful. Nobody who was here, and I know there's a number of people who weren't here at that time, but I can tell you, for those of us who were, that was a pretty dark day for this council. So we should reflect, and as I think was mentioned in your mayoral announcements, the event, which I know colleagues on a cross-party basis supported in Gillingham, was a great opportunity to say directly thank you to every single person who puts Medway's children at everything they do, because ultimately, not my words, but the words of Ofsted, children matter in Medway. Mayor Gurung, there is a financial challenge. There's a financial challenge in households up and down Medway, which is why I'm really proud that we continue to work hard as an administration on delivering the best possible outcomes with the Household Support Fund. This is Household Support Grant Week, so fantastic. We've had an opportunity to work closely with the DWP and others, and we'll continue to do that. It was this administration that took the decision, recognising December is a challenging time for families, to increase the support to those families who need it the most this Christmas. So I'm really proud that we've done that. That didn't have to happen. We chose for that to happen, and we would choose that again. And I hope we see whatever happens with the general election, it can't come quick enough, but whoever wins, that household support grant is critical to families in Medway. So I hope to see that retained and given on an annual basis. How it was previously distributed on a quarterly basis meant that councils like ours couldn't take those long-term decisions. We also have the financial situation we're dealing with as a council. As has been well documented, we have a 91% cut in our revenue support grant. Now, you may hear from others later tonight, well, what about this percentage? What about that percentage? That came directly as a response from the previous incumbent of this spot to a question from Councillor Howcroft-Scott. The stats are there to see. So whatever else we hear tonight on that, we're clear. And we're dealing with a £17 million gap in the resources we need. We saw last year's budget, let's not forget last year's budget, built on reserves, requiring an extra £6 million of reserves to deliver those services. And somehow, after May the 4th, all those challenges won't be there. They didn't take the difficult decisions. Decisions that I personally, this cabinet, this council wouldn't want to take. We don't want to be in the national news for making difficult decisions, but I tell you this administration will do whatever it takes to balance those books, because the alternative is handing over the keys to Michael Gove. And we will do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. We've got the brilliant team out there, day and night over the last couple of weeks. They're out on the peninsula tonight. The local plan. If I say one thing to the people of Medway, not the people in this chamber, make sure you have your say on the local plan. It's critically important. So I want to thank the hard-working officers. It's not a huge team, but they're a hard-working team, and they're out there delivering for us, making sure residents can access those documents, ask those questions, make their submissions. We will deliver a local plan. We've said we'd do that. The previous administration had 20 years to do that, failed. We'll get on with that business. Mayor Gurung, I want to take a minute or two to reflect on One Medway. People hear me say that a lot, and people go, well, what does that mean? What does that mean in practical terms? Let me give you some examples of what that means. As my friend and colleague Lauren Edwards said just a few moments ago, we're determined to deliver the best possible health services, the best possible co-working spaces in an innovative way. To have the MP for Rochester and Stroud putting out press releases, desperate, trying to make headlines, puts those things at risk. Shame on her. Shame on her. We're cracking on with trying to improve the outcomes for people across Medway, while those sat in SW1 are just worried about, frankly, receiving a P45 next year. So we will continue to work hard with partners like the NHS, as we talked about today, but also we'll work with partners like the Dockyard and the university. I was proud to be at the first public conversation about the docking station. An incredibly inspiring project. If you haven't looked at the website, look at that. And that is the council, the university, and the dockyard working hand in hand to deliver those high-value jobs for the future, make sure that those who are learning here are earning here afterwards. They're not leaving to do a job somewhere else. They're staying here. But it's not just that. You know, we're working hard with our local businesses, and it was great to see a cross-party delegation at that meeting last night with the Federation of Small Business after we signed the local leadership pledge. And we've had the child-friendly Medway annual report, the first annual report out there, so efficient it covered 2 years. That's how much we're working. And I pay tribute to those partners again in the community. It's not just Medway Council. We must always remember this. One Medway is about saying this is our home, this is our place. The council will always play its part, but we're not the only game in town. So whether it's the third sector, the not-for-profit sector, whether it's our other public sector colleagues, whether it's small businesses, whether it is those medium and large businesses who are doing business here, we'll work with all of them to make this place the very best it can be. And we're bringing in funding as well. Whether it's the brownfield funding, opening up opportunities to make sure we can get Medway building. We can get that housing crisis one brick at a time, one house at a time, one home at a time. Whilst also lobbying government to say permitted development is a flawed and failed scheme. And I know there's support from colleagues on the other side. I know colleagues at planning have talked about this and their utter frustrations. And we see the frustration of that front and centre in today's local newspaper. But we're also bringing forward heritage lottery funding, one of 9 areas. Medway is one of 9 areas in the country. Many would have been in that ring to get that funding. We're one of the 9 walking out of it. Why is that? Because we've got a great past and we've got a great future. And with this administration, we'll day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year, continue to try everything we can, working with partners, working with the community to build that true pride in Medway. Thank you, Mayor Garung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. We will now move to debate, starting with the group leaders. Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to thank the council leader for his warm words towards the previous lead member for children, and to assure that as far as children is concerned and our children's future is concerned, we will be determined to work on a cross-party basis to ensure that our children here in Medway have a really good future. It's interesting, Madam Mayor, every time he's got up on his feet over the last few months, Councillor Maple has mentioned how many days this administration's been in office. Perhaps I could remind you, it's now 168 days. You are nearly halfway through your first year. And really, think, what have we achieved? Not a lot. We still haven't dealt with the £17 million budget pressure. We've had pettifogging. We've had pettifogging attempts at saving money.
Yeah.
If you look at
can we listen to Councillor Galvin? Can we please allow him to finish?
If you look at the money that would have been saved by scrapping the £75,000 donation towards the Christmas lights, that is 0.44% of that budget deficit. What a wonderful achievement in 168 days. Fortunately, there's only 1,295 days before Medway can be rid of you lot. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the red routes. You had a golden opportunity last night to rethink of the imposition that on Raynham of a red route. 64% of Raynham residents said they didn't want it. You railroaded that through against all the wishes of the people of Raynham. And also, I will go back to the fact, what this is really all about, the red routes, is raising money. I was accused of talking nonsense. Now, it's interesting, here I have the RC Star Chamber document of the 16th of December 22. That was the document that started the red route thing. In that document, there's a table which gives the officer's estimate of how much that could make. And the estimate was over 5 years. There would be a surplus of £1,099,000.
I think your document is touching the microphone, Councillor Goldman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interestingly, the paper here that went to Cabinet on the 5th of September doesn't include that table. Why? Which one of you told the officers to keep that table out of the Cabinet report and therefore out of the public domain? Was it you, Councillor Maple? Was it you, Councillor Osborne? Or was it you, Councillor Curry? One of you is responsible for cover-up to keep this out of the public domain, and I don't think that's a good way forward. You came into office saying that you were going to be open and honest with the public. I'm afraid you have not been.
Thank you, Councillor Goldman. Councillor Croser.
And we'll be short. Thank you, Leader, for your report. I was pleased to be present at the Children's Overview and Scrutiny as a debt for my colleague here a couple of weeks ago, and at that we received the report about the Ofsted, and I think it was fantastic news. I don't know whether it's down to your side or this side, and I look forward to the day when both sides can work together and we're all perhaps independent. That might sort that out. You mentioned the local plan, and let me before I say that, welcome the opportunity to meet with you and Councillor Galvin on a separate one-to-one basis. That has been really useful to us, and I'm sure Councillor Galvin would agree with me. And at that last meeting, we were talking about local plan, and you know very well tonight that the last of the local plan consultations are in our ward. We were able to get there for 30 minutes, not even that, I think we were there for about 20 minutes tonight, and we would have loved to have been alongside our residents, because I know that there's been a lot of response to this local plan this time, and we welcome that, and we don't welcome the opportunity or the missed opportunity to be with our residents. So perhaps when that comes around again, and I'm not sure there will be another consultation on the local plan, we would love to do that, because there's no evidence for the local plan at the moment. We would love to see the evidence there, so we've got something to grip to, so that we can respond properly. I know my colleague's got some other things to say, so I won't take up too much more of your time, but thank you for the opportunity for speaking, and we welcome the Ofsted report.
Thank you, Councillor Croser. We will now allow other members to have their say. So we start with Councillor Perfect, and then it'll be Councillor Curry and Councillor Turpin, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, first of all, to the Leader, certainly for his acknowledgement of the work of the former portfolio holder, Josie Arles, and I was pleased to join him, the Deputy Leader, and the lead member and others at the event at the Priestfield, Madam Mayor, that you referenced. I think it was a really good evening. It was really good to see the positivity on the staff's faces, and also the pride that the Deputy Chief Executive had for the work that she'd done in leading that improvement journey over the past 4 years, which I think has been really hard fought. And I know the former lead member still takes such an active interest and took it very much personally in terms of driving forward those improvements. I think there is more to do, you know, and we're going to continue to work constructively with the administration on that. Enjoyed already the engagement that we've had, which has been really positive. I know also the Leader referenced the child-friendly Medway report, which was really good to see, and I know certainly Amy St Lewis and the team have been doing a great job in terms of promoting that. I was in 2 schools this morning, and actually one of the things that the 2 CEOs that I met of 2 school trusts referenced was the work actually of child-friendly Medway, which I think was really impressive to hear. And it's just finally, I noted the Leader didn't mention the Christmas light debacle, but he did mention what the Member of Parliament's doing, which is good. I note that the Leader of the Labour Party is so focused on delivering for the people of Medway that he was interested in congratulating the Leader on the self-created PR crisis, instead of focusing perhaps on local government finance or maybe some other reforms that he's going to bring forward. So perhaps maybe the parliamentary candidates or others could tell us exactly how he's going to fix that situation, because obviously we've got ministers working hard, and you'll see Lee Rowley, the Minister for Local Government, out every day talking to councils and open to suggestions. The Leader of the Labour Party is not. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and positive report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Goring. I had a few things to say about the leader's speech, but I'll just come back on red routes, and I think perhaps other colleagues might want to as well. Just to clarify on the 64%, which is an unusual figure to pull out of nowhere, just to give you the reality, there are 123 people living within 1 kilometre of the proposed red route who are objecting to it. Of the other responses we got, 247 were in favour of it. And that's out of a total of, I'm trying to read my figures here, but that's the kind of figures that we're talking about. So we have to bear this in mind. This is also in light of the fact that there are 24,000 vehicles going through the centre of Rainham every day. So the area is congested, the area is in an AQMA, it's highly polluted, and we need to do something about it. And in fact, you guys were going to do something similar. So I'm really confused as to why you would want to stop something happening that you thought was a good idea. And on top of that, this was going out to consultation. Are you against consultation? It seems very unusual that you would be that way, but apparently you are. So I'm very confused as to why you would try and call in a decision to consult. It seems very odd. I'll leave red routes for the moment. I think there's other questions coming on that as well. I just wanted to mention the local plan because this is so important to us all, and the Leader of the Council has already mentioned this, and the fantastic work that our planning officers are doing. Mention was made of the fact of the 100 and something days, 168 days have been and what we happened. Actually, we're already out to Reg 18 on a local plan that has stalled so many times under the Tories that I've forgotten how many times. But now we're out to Reg 18 already, and we're going to deliver in 2025. That is a huge achievement, and that's down to the hard work of the staff and the officers behind it making it happen. And we've heard a lot said about that. We've had 4,500 hits on the council website on this issue alone. That's how good this consultation is this month, and it's still not finished. It goes on till the end of the month. So to put it down is not right, and it's a really massive exercise by the staff, and it's working. Consultation is really good. And one particular point I'd like to just sort of mention is about the Household Support Fund. We had a workshop yesterday on health and well-being with the health and well-being teams from various organisations that we partner with across Medway. And they were asked a question at the end of the session: what would you think is the most important issue to improve health and well-being in Medway, and should go into a policy in the local plan? And the answer was overwhelmingly poverty and deprivation. Now that's what this Household Support Fund is addressing, and the local plan will address those issues as well. So addressing health and well-being in Medway means dealing with poverty and deprivation, and that's what we're all about.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. We move to Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of points I'd like to pick up on from the Leader's report. I'll start with something I disagree with, the budget challenges or the government funding. Since 2015, the government began measuring core funding through a measure called core spending power. This is the correct measure to use as over this period, government grants have been exchanged for business rate retention. Therefore, this is misleading for this administration to be quoting funding cuts of 91%. Over the past 8 years, core spending power for Medway has actually increased by over 30%. They either do not therefore understand local government funding or are deliberately misleading the public on this, with constant social media quoting those figures. Move on to good news for Medway, and I very much agree with the Leader's congratulation of the Medway Children's Services and the amazing work that has gone on there in the last 4 years. I wish to include my thanks to Councillor Isles, officers, social workers and all Medway staff working in children's services for their dedication, commitment and hard work over these past challenging 4 years, and often going the extra mile to get to the place where we are now. We must, however, be aware that for some families, our services have, however, been graded as requires improvement. So over the past month, these public celebrations will be frustrating news to them. They may feel left behind, abandoned or forgotten. We must remain focused on our journey to outstanding and ensure that all children are included on that journey. As it's highlighted in the report, children matter in Medway. We must ensure that all children matter in Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. We have time for just 2 more questions, so it's going to be Councillor Spalding, followed by Councillor Pearce. Councillor Spalding first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 100 days into the administration and we got treated to a Medway Labour video with a very apt backing track. Journey, don't stop believing. As an England rugby fan, I have not stopped believing that we might, just might, win the World Cup. And it might happen. I remain reminded of the irrepressible Joe Marler sporting his Mohican. Going away, he helped his team get points because he headed the ball. This just goes to show that if you have an interesting hairstyle and you use your head properly, you can score. Sadly, the only thing Councillor Maple scored is an own goal. He cancelled Christmas. You had to feel for his cabinet family, especially the young one, tiny Triss. No doubt thinking, no turkey this year, but at least I've got some expensive red roots. However, Ebenezer Maple was visited by the ghost of parking enforcement, the ghost of weekly bin collections, and of course the ghost of road refurbishment, which is surprising since Voca Highways have not actually got anything done on time lately. Christmas was saved. Don't stop believing. It's easy to understand why Medway Labour may have trouble with numbers. Councillor Osborne, again, the only person I know to declare a 2-horse race and come third. Don't stop miscalculating. And tonight we discussed the mayoralty. In year 1, Labour give you 58 points. The following year, they take away 59. Don't stop miscalculating. Tonight, I was reminded another line of that song. It goes on and again. And poor Councillor Osborne pops up again with his Twitter account. Medway Labour must love him. He gives them credit for absolutely everything, including all the stuff that other people have done. Why not be honest on this journey? Take credit for your actions, give credit where it's due. Please stop prevaricating. Example, Councillor Osborne tweeted how wonderful the Council of Voca Highways partnership was for Grain Bridge. It was 3 weeks late, it's still not finished. Medway Labour, I say this, in the words of Terry Jones from another Christmas epic, The Life of Brian, he's not the Messiah. He's just a very naughty boy. Please stop misposting. I have some sympathy for the administration. Nationally, the Conservative government wrote off £8.7 billion of pandemic PPE. Much of it was useless, came from contracts awarded to all their mates through an unlawful VIP lane. Don't stop forgetting. Locally, the previous Conservative group thought fountains and rooftop bars the norm, but opposed a motion for a few extra firemen. Don't stop prioritising. Now Medway Labour has seen the light. I say let's have festive cheer in all of Medway, not just the 5 towns. Don't stop including. Finally, I invite the leader of the council for his next video to film it in the traffic jam roadworks on Phil Elms Hill. And as for a backing track, Councillor Maple, how about I like driving in my car? Yes, it's like that project. It's from madness. Madam Mayor, as ever, I am obliged.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was hoping that Councillor Maple would have mentioned the substantial disruption caused to the residents and businesses on the Hoop Peninsula during the recent works on Four Elms Hill. Local residents have told me and my 2 colleagues that they've never known such utter chaos. We've had an apology from officers, which we appreciate, but not from anyone in the political administration. Hopefully, Councillor Maple can do this now in his response. There's likely to be more disruption later this month with further works planned on Four Elms Hill, and we very much hope that things will be better managed this time. The Council is in a difficult financial position. This is partly because of the reduction in support from central government, but also the financial mismanagement of the previous administration. Could Councillor Maple also guarantee that Who Library, Who Sports Centre and Deangate Ridge, including the athletics site in my ward, will not be sold off to balance the books? A lot can happen in a week at Gunwharf. Councillor Maple cancelled the Christmas lights last Monday. He must have been visited by the ghost of Christmas yet to come, because 5 days later, the lights were uncancelled. This is, of course, good news. The administration and officers didn't give up, and they managed to find the money for Christmas lights across the towns. It's also very good news that residents and businesses have fundraised for an enhanced and more financially sustainable display in Rochester. Many residents from the Hoop Peninsula visit Rochester during the festivities. On a final positive note, Mayor Gurung, all members of this council, as well as officers, are very much invited to attend Who's first Christmas light switch-on event on Friday the 8th of December.
This will be fantastic, not just for the people of Hoo, but the wider Hoo Peninsula. And we will probably have, once again, the most fabulous Christmas tree in the whole of the Medway Council area. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Just looking at the time, I might be able to allow one more question. So can I call upon Councillor Patterson to have his say?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm intrigued to hear the members of the opposition once again compound their embarrassment last night with more bandying around of statistics which they seem to have a pretty loose grasp of, which I would suggest explains an awful lot of where we find ourselves in terms of the revenue budget. We heard a figure quoted breathlessly in a graphic which was posted on the Medway Tories Twitter account last night about 64% of Rainham residents opposed to red routes. Now, as chair of the committee concerned, I take these stats very seriously. And whether it's knowingly misrepresenting those figures or whether it is just utter stupidity, I can't really offer an opinion on. But what I can say is that based on 2021 census figures, the Rainham population is around 34,000 residents. 64% of that figure would be 21,816. In fact, the number of responses, this 64% figure being quoted, actually amounted to 123 responses. That's less than 1%. No, it's much less than 1%. Let's round it up a little bit and we'll cut them a little bit of slack. It just about makes it to 0.35% of Rainham's population. Now, there's an old saying that I don't particularly subscribe to myself because I don't feel it's necessary, but it's that sometimes it's better to remain silent and appear stupid than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. But that is exactly where we are tonight, because the obvious thing to do after last night's embarrassing overview and scrutiny committee meeting, where members, experienced members, cabinet members who had voted for this 3 times, denied all knowledge and appeared to have had a conversion on the road to Rainham, much as St. Paul once did on the road to Damascus, and deny all knowledge of what they had previously voted for. And also members who seemed not to understand the difference between a revenue and a capital budget. Now, I'm not here to mock new members who are learning the ropes, or members of the public who perhaps don't understand the finer points of this, but these things matter. And if you are a returning member who doesn't know the difference, then you should either learn the difference or keep your microphone off.
Thank you. We don't allow claps, please. Thank you. May I call upon the leader to respond?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Gurung, and thank you to everybody, as always, for their helpful, some more helpful than others, contributions. Yeah, absolutely. Look, I recognise that the work that was done to get that good didn't just happen since May the 4th. Absolutely recognise that. And I'm proud that good judgment came whilst the Labour administration would be here. But actually, if there was a Conservative administration here, I'd be proud of it as well. It's great that we've got the support of the leader of the Labour Party. It was great that he took time out to recognise the work that happened behind the scenes to get those Christmas lights back on. I can't remember the last time Rishi Sunak came to. He's very welcome, but he's not been here in recent times. He did go to Tunbridge Wells, I think, and I think he said there he liked taking. I don't think he said liked. He prioritised taking away money from deprived urban areas like parts of Medway. He said that. And therefore, it's interesting that he's not come to Medway in recent times. I'm very happy to meet with him next time he's here to explain why we have a £17 million gap in our budget. We've had a 91% cut in our grant. Not my words. No. The words of Alan Jarrett in this spot. after answering a question from Joe Halcott. Of course, Alan Jarrett is no longer here. He's at home writing books and liking Facebook posts. Look, we're in a difficult time. Joking aside, we are going to look. The amount of press we got about £75,000 being cut from our working budget. There's other work going on which is far more substantial than that, and you'll hear about some of that tonight. And look, we're going to take those tough decisions, not because we want to, but because we have a duty to. And actually, the previous administration failed to do that. And it was interesting, wasn't it? And Alex referred to this a moment ago. There are people who, it's interesting to see that documents from Star Chambers, those were the days perhaps some would say, that were there showing that happening. And of course that means very clearly, as we've said more than one occasion, people in this chamber voted for red routes on 3 occasions. 3 occasions. When it wasn't within the general budget, when we had an item in April, we all voted for it. Everyone who was here in April voted for it. And I accept there are new members on both sides. So those who were here before May the 4th, you know you voted for red routes, and those who are now using it for political expedience, massaging figures. I'm grateful for the detailed census check. Look, we're going to get on with what we're doing, which is running Medway as we were charged to do by the people of Medway, bringing in that funding. Let's not forget things like UK Shared Prosperity Fund, working hard to deliver for communities across Medway. I'm really proud that Lauren Edwards is working closely with a number of organisations alongside all the work she's doing with those small businesses. And you know, day in, day out, this administration, we're getting on with it. We know we're going to have some tough stuff to do. We're going to have some unpopular stuff to do. People will make memes and gifs of my face. And if that's the price to pay for getting a balanced book for this council, it's a price I'm personally willing to pay. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. We are now moving to Agenda 9, which is Overview and Scrutiny Activity. We will have 25 minutes to receive and debate the report on Overview and Scrutiny Activity. Thank you very much. I will now call upon Councillor Tijan to move the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, it is an honour to present the Overview and Scrutiny Activity Report to you today, which will provide an overview of the committee's activities since the last Ordinary Council meeting, starting with Children and Young People, ONS Committee. In July, we received updates on Medway Joint Local Area SEND Action Plan, SEND Inspection Performance Update, and the Post-16 Review. These reports were presented as part of a theme discussion of topics relating to education and special education needs and disability. We also considered the annual Fostering Report 2022-2023. Moving on to October, a theme discussion took place on a report covering findings of the July re-inspection of the local authority children's services. Which we had acknowledged progress and made graded and progress made and graded the service as good overall. The committee report also covered workforce matters and sufficiency. Also considered at this meeting was the independent reviewing officer, the RRO Annual Report 2022-2023. Now let's talk about regeneration, culture, and environment ONS Committee. In July, we received an update on the Future Housing Infrastructure Fund, which had previously been considered by Cabinet. This looked at the next steps following the government decision to withdraw the 170 million grant. Yesterday evening, a special meeting of the committee review a calling of a previous cabinet decision which had been signed by 9 members of the council. Following careful consideration of the issue raised, the committee decided to accept the cabinet decision and therefore took no action. Moving on to Health and Other Social Care O&S Committee. In August, we were informed of the emergency transfer of Medway and Swale Transient Ischemic Attack Service due to staffing issues. Maidstone and Tunbridge Wells and Dartford and Graves and NHS Foundation Trust were now providing this service to Medway and Swale patients on an interim basis. The committee requested an update at its October meeting on progress in bringing the service back to Medway. We will also receive an update on provision of substance misuse, including mobilization of a new contract and service provider, as well as update from the Kent and Medway NHS Social Care Partnership Trust. The committee requested that the trust provide a thematic update to all future meetings. A special meeting of the HAS took place in September to consider a report on the re-procurement of community service contracts. The committee determined that the proposal did not amount to substantial variation. This decision triggered further consultation with the committee, and in some circumstances, proposal for substantial variation can be referred to the Secretary of State. Lastly, as chair of the Business Support Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we undertook post-decision scrutiny of the Council Cost of Living Crisis Response Plan 2023-2024, which set out activity in place across the Council to support Medway residents to mitigate some of the impact of the cost of living services. We also carry a post-decision scrutiny in relation to changes approved by Cabinet to the governance model of the Council local authority trading companies. This replaced councillor representation on the board of directors by independent directors and established shareholder boards to perform the shareholder responsibility. Madam Mayor, as always, our overview and scrutiny committees have been effectively scrutinizing a range of issues, and I move the report as set out in Agenda Item 9.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tijan. Is this supported? Thank you. Supported by Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Would you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Could I speak now, Madam Mayor,
yes,
please?
Sure.
Councillor Tijan has mentioned much of what I wanted to say, but I would like to say that our committees, our overview and scrutiny committees, are important democratic functions, and they examine the performance of the council, notwithstanding the cost of living and economic crisis. You know, since 2010, the Tory government have taken 60p out of every pound from local government, but we still critically review and assess budgets, as well as the policies in place, holding our cabinet members to account and conducting detailed scrutiny. I'm proud of my colleague who is the chair of Regen, who dealt with people calling in the red routes when actually it's been voted in this very chamber 3 times. I'm proud of that committee because they had the opportunity to via £500,000 from independent fostering agencies back to our very own grown foster carers in Medway. I'm also proud of Councillor Dan MacDonald, who's sitting on my left here, because he's holding services that should be here in Medway, like mental health services, to account. And Councillor Tijan mentioned the TIAs. Well, Councillor Murray had the opportunity to visit Maidstone, and really the Rolls-Royce service that we were promised there is actually a cutback. It's the same staff but serving more of the population, which is not very good. And so I'm confident Dan MacDonald and his team in adult health and social care will be holding that to account. And myself and the team in children and young people, we are getting ready for our Ofsted, if you like, of the youth justice team. And we're calling them in to talk about what they're doing. But we do need to celebrate our success. And I do thank the Deputy Leader opposite, who had the courage to support my very good friend, Councillor Johnson, who did a call-in for something that really mattered. The closing, 6 weeks after this council was inadequate for children's services, he called in closing an outstanding provision, a children's home in Medway. Thankfully, we're in a different place and time now, and we are now reopening it, and I hope it continues to be outstanding. But I will say, I will always appreciate Councillor Turpin for having the courage to stand up and fight for what matters, our children and their rights to be in outstanding provisions.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. So we have 3 members of the council who wish to speak on this. We have Councillor Murray first.
And I'm addressing the fact that all the scrutiny committees looked at the capital and revenue budgets, and I'm just going to put a bit of context on that. I see that it's open mic night at the Tory Comedy Club again. We have heard tonight things that are actually made up, denial of things that actually happened that you voted for, and a load of old nonsense about the things that you tried to do. We are clearing up your mess. There used to be a slogan in the 80s, a political slogan, excuse the mess, we've got the Tories in. That's what people in Medway have had to put up with for the last 20 years. You were making a mess of the finances, your idle, finagling attitude towards budgeting, plundering reserves, not taking any hard decisions, blaming officers, just as actually we heard at the edge of that Councillor Golvin tonight, and I don't like the idea that you accuse anybody of corruption or cover-up. If you wanted that table to get into the public domain when you had it in the Star Chamber, you could have put it in the public domain when you were in administration. You chose not to. You chose not to. We had, at the scrutiny meeting last night, a whole lot of information. I thank all of the officers there. I had the pleasure of watching the meeting and the Labour team coming back at some of the myths that were being promulgated. You have made the mess. We're clearing up your mess in 168 glorious days, and everybody else that's got any credibility, unlike you, agree. ADAS, the Association of Directors of Social Services, the LGA, the Institute of Fiscal Studies, the CQC, all say that council budgets are under the most enormous pressure. Every single, virtually, social services department have declared in public their fears about not being able to run statutory services. You, most of you, and in the background while you were being elected, the rest of you, sat there complicit with a vindictive government who have taken the guts out of public services time and time again. And while we're on the subject of consultation for the 64% of people in Rainham, we don't take any lessons from you. There were overwhelming consultations not to shut Sure Start, and what did you do? You shut it. There were overwhelming support for St Peter's and St John's schools. What did you do until the very last minute when you wanted to save Mark Reckless, your candidate then? Leave them open when everybody else wanted to leave those schools open. You have got an absolutely shocking record on consultation, a shocking record on listening to the people of Medway. What you liked was sitting upstairs, doing whatever you wanted, taking your allowances while other people took the rap.
Thank you, Councillor.
We're not like you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Please, can we not have banging of the table and clapping? Right, we move on to Councillor Price.
Yes, I just want to add to what other members have already alluded to in terms of the inspection of children's children's social care services. And under this item, I am, of course, referring to page 103, item 8.2 on that page. I just wanted to add to what other members have said how thrilled I am as the lead member for Children's Services that Medway has been adjudged to provide good and effective children's social care services. Now, this is a massive improvement from the year 2019, which was the previous inspection, when we were unfortunately judged to be inadequate. I'd like to thank thanks to go to all our staff, led by Leanne Frack and Donna Marriott, for their hard work. Children really do matter in Medway. Of course, there's more to do, especially in children's health services for disabled children. I share our leader, Vince Maple's ambition to move towards outstanding services, but I would point out that it took years to move from inadequate to outstanding, just looking over at Kent. But it's great to have that ambition. But I do say we must continue to invest in children's social care services. I do recognise the challenge posed by budget pressures. Unfortunately, Medway has a corporate history of stripping out investment in children's social care services every time we've got ourselves out of a particular jam. If we do that again, make no mistake, children's services will be taken away from us. I also recognise the political leadership of my predecessor in the previous administration, Councillor Josie Isles, and the leadership in scrutiny of former Councillor Clive Johnson and my former ward colleague, Councillor Pat Cooper. It is significant, though, that Medway has moved to good for the first time under a Labour and cooperative administration. Ofsted also recognised strength of corporate parenting in Medway, which I chair the corporate parenting board. And I'd like to thank colleagues from around the chamber for investing a small part of their ward improvement funds towards the Time to Shine presentation event for our children in care on the 7th of December. And it was really pleasing that Ofsted also, apart from passing this good report, came up with their own strapline, Children Matter in Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. We go to Councillor Etheridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report this evening. Some time ago, when I attended a business support scrutiny meeting, I made a request there that the draft local plan, before going to Cabinet, should come before that scrutiny meeting for a review by that scrutiny meeting. That request was enhanced by the Labour leader, Vince Maple, who suggested that not only should it go to the business support scrutiny meeting, it should go to every scrutiny meeting that had a viable interest in it. This had full cross-party support at that meeting and was repeated yet again at the following regen meeting of requesting officers to ensure that additional work, parts of the work programme were amended to ensure these scrutiny meetings took place. As we're now back into that same scenario again before it goes to Cabinet, can I seek assurance from the Leader of the Council regarding that commitment he made when in opposition, that he will continue with that commitment now he's the Leader of the Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Lammers. Right.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I think that we've got the things mixed up, so it's Councillor
Right,
Joy.
okay. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to what's been said already, with regards to the consultation on the red routes, with the consultation that went out, it stated on the Council's own website, this information's from, saying the consultation ran from 5th of July and to the 30th of July, and depending on public feedback, red routes could be introduced in Medway by the end of the year. All feedback from the consultation was taken into account for the initial locations, as well as for potential and future locations. No mentioning that was only an informal, although it did mention in the minutes from the Cabinet report. But in the Cabinet report, under section 9, it states the Red Routes and Moving Traffic Initiative will contribute to Medway Council achieving its climate change action plan. The initiative will help to reduce congestion and improve the flow of travel. This will help to reduce emissions and improve air quality. With regards to Rainham, the residents and the businesses of Rainham arranged their own public meeting, which Councillor Curry attended, and also local ward councillors were invited to. The majority of them in there stated that with the traffic flow at Mears Court Road, that would not meet the criteria for your red route. And at the meeting last night, the resident who's been openly fighting for better air quality in Rainham and across Medway, spoke on that against the red routes because it would not have the effect that the red routes was doing. With the numbers just brought out, 123 against doing to 1 kilometre area. I don't know where the 274 was when you've increased the area, but the actual, on the numbers you're using, 123, 70 were 4, which is 34%. That means 2/3 of people that actually responded to the consultation were not in favour of the red route for there. I do know on the other areas, it's about a 50-50 split, but the overwhelming thing was with the Mears Court Road issues, it would not congestion and therefore would not improve air quality. So it's not that we're against red routes, but if the reasoning is to do them two things, that's what we should be looking to do. And we should not be rubbishing people out of hand because they bring up concerns on that. And we should be working with them. And through the consultation, there was businesses that came to me. I directed them to Roof de Loo, and the addition of additional loading bays was brought out. So working together is the way forward. Rainham residents also needs to be worked with to try and solve the problem of air quality, and it's not going to be through the red routes, it's going to be by sorting out Mears Court Road. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We only have time for one more question, and it's going to be Mr. Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. So a couple of bits. Look, firstly, directly to Councillor Etheridge, yes, absolutely. We will take through the relevant timescales the draft local plan to all 4 overview and scrutiny committees. And the reason that I supported it in opposition, I support it now, is actually because of the very point that many of us have made when we've been talking on social media, in podcasts and elsewhere. Because, of course, the local plan, we all focus on 28,500. But actually, it's about so much more. And actually, that's why it's relevant to all 4 overview and scrutiny committees. So that will happen. I know officers are aware of that. It's been my desire in opposition, and I supported you when you proposed it. I'm not sure if the previous leader supported it, but I certainly do, because consultation matters. And talking of consultation matters, you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to take these statistics that people are throwing at us today about consultation, and do you know where I'll take them? And I'll ask the pupils of Ridge Meadow School. Oh, Ridge Meadow School. That thousands of parents, thousands, not 264, thousands of parents said, keep open. And what did the Conservative administration do? They closed it. So I'll take no lectures from any person with a Conservative and Unionist membership card in their back pocket on the issue of consultation in Medway. You've got no legs to stand on. You've got a track record that says you're not listening. Whereas we are listening, as you rightfully say. Councillor Curry could have gone, no, I'm going to be somewhere else that night. That might be a difficult conversation to listen to. He went to listen to the people of Rainham. We made changes from the initial consultation to what's now being statutorily consulted on. That statutory consultation could have started some time ago if it wasn't for 9 members of this council calling that decision in. So, look, from my perspective, we're very clear. I want young people to not have health and safety issues when it comes to their lungs. We know in South London, somebody had on their death certificate the fact of air quality as a reason for death. And I say, look, we need to do everything we can. We had the anti-idling pilot in Rainham. I was really pleased it was there because, as we've heard, there are some air quality issues there. We've got to do everything we can. We've got to use every tool in our book to make sure that we get to a point where we've got as clean an air as possible, we have traffic moving as freely as possible, and frankly, we sort out public transport. I'd welcome those powers from central government without the need for a democratic mayor. We've got a democratically elected council. Give us the powers to get on and sort out public transport. But I'll take no lectures from anyone tonight on the issue of consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Right, I will now be going back to Councillor Tijan for his response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, members. Madam Mayor, we believe that transparency, collaboration are key in ensuring the well-being of our community as well as effective scrutiny. I will conclude by saying let's work together to make Medway a better place. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tijan. Is that agreed? Okay, that was a muted agreed, but no one's opposing it, so I take it as agreed. Thank you very much. We move to item 10, which is the members' question. Moving now to members' questions, we have 20 minutes to deal with the 10 questions listed on the agenda from members of the council. Any questions that are not dealt with this evening will receive written responses instead, and answers to questions must not exceed 3 minutes in length, please. So, question 1, Councillor Doe, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Several local residents have called me to express their concern about the sudden invasion of the Wigmore Coach Park by a large group of travellers without any prior consultation with the local councillors. I've since been informed that this occupation will last no more than 3 months while the council deals with necessary legal duties, although it's now apparent this 3 months seems to go on forever. I am deeply concerned that the travellers were moved there without any consultation with residents or local members. Accordingly, can the portfolio holder, Councillor Khan, assure me that this site will not be used for this purpose in the future, and in doing so, that no permanent traveller site will be permitted at this location?
Thank you. Councillor Khan, could you please respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Doe, for your question. And as the former portfolio holder, I'm sure you will be aware of some of the challenges that are presented when dealing with this issue. Unfortunately, there was no detailed policy in place with reference to gypsy and traveller communities when we took office earlier this year. It is important to note that the site was agreed for a period of 3 months. This has now expired, and officers will be pursuing a process to take back possession of the site. The Council is also reviewing its approach to gypsies and travellers, utilising guidance, best practice and specialist independent advice. We held our first briefing meeting for all members only last month, which outlined these options in more detail. This revised approach may seek to strike a balance between enforcement and a more tolerated approach in locations that are appropriate. Details of this will be brought forward as and when information is developed. Identifying suitable permanent traveller provision is an important part of delivering the local plan, and consideration will need to be given to how this is achieved across a range of sites. However, no decision has been taken in respect of the site in Wigmore.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Question B, Councillor Spring, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Namaste. My question's to Councillor Curry, portfolio holder, climate change and strategic regeneration. Red routes are nothing more than money-making schemes. This was a comment made to me by a constituent during one of my surgeries. The route proposed in Rainham North has been plagued by street works which are causing utter chaos across our town. As was highlighted by the multiple comments on the issues, a serious review of the road should be undertaken by your administration, not imposing anti-motorist measures which make no impact on air quality. It is the idling and poor road layouts that cause these delays and poor air quality, not people stopping on the A2. What is very interesting is the apparent lack of comprehension of views set out in the Labour Party in their publication A New Britain, where it states quite proudly, our starting point in a modern system of decision-making that does not start from the top, but starts from the people and is grounded in new ways of consulting, participating and deciding. Well, you consulted. The public participated. You decided, and Councillor Patterson, perhaps you'd like to listen carefully to this point, you decided to ignore the objections and the views of 64% of the respondents and intended to roll this out. You're punishing the unnecessarily hard-working people in the same way that your disastrous Mayor of London has punished the working people in Greater London and their home counties. So, will the portfolio holder do the democratic thing, as you've already shown your party is capable of doing, the multiple U-turns in your first 100 days, such as the visitors' parking permits, for example, and reverse the decision to have the unwanted Labour red routes in Rainham disbanded?
Please, may I remind everyone, we refrain, point of explanation? All right. I will allow that.
Medway Tories. And just let's focus on the word, because you said respondents, didn't you? Just there you said respondents. I'm pretty good at reading, Councillor Spring. Medway Labour vote to ignore 64% of Rainham residents. I don't know whether you've got the wherewithal to fix your graphic.
Thank you very much. You have explained it. Okay. Councillor Curry, please respond.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring. And thank you, Councillor Spring, for your question. Here we go again. So I'm going to keep it really, really simple for the people opposite to understand the process here. As you are aware, the Council engaged the public on a proposal to convert 5 existing double yellow routes into double red line routes. Got it? We now have received various comments, and these have been used to inform amended designs. Okay? The proposed red routes were discussed at the Scrutiny Committee on the 18th of October. That was yesterday, if you remember. There will be a statutory consultation with the revised designs that will illustrate the changes made following the initial engagement with the public. Hope I'm not going too fast for you, okay? Okay, right, moving on. We know there are serious congestion and pollution problems in the centre of Rainham. The data shows that. It's an AQMA, and there are 24,000 cars going through there every day. Okay, got it? These lead to impacts on the environment, the health of your residents, and a serious impact on Medway's economy. On consultation, we have been consulting since May on red routes, the local plan, Chatham Intra, Chatham Design Code, Deangate Country Park, and school streets. I've probably missed something off that list. I may well have done. Apologies if I have. That's quite a lot of consultation. So to say that we don't consult is frankly just laughable, really. So moving on, hang on. We're talking about U-turns. U-turns on virtually all environmental promises by your Prime Minister. That's where your lesson will be if you want to learn about U-turns. I imagine Maggie is probably U-turning in her grave at the moment. I would suggest you focus on the real needs of your residents rather than making cheap political points on a policy brought forward by your own party. Red routes are all about sustainable communities, the environment, the local community, and people's health and well-being, and the local economy. Have I made myself clear? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. We moved. Yes.
Would the portfolio holder tell us exactly how the imposition of a red route in Rainham High Street is going to improve air quality? Because...
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I don't think that's a point of order, so I'm not sure I need to answer. Thank you.
All right, okay. All right, thank you. We move to Councillor Perfect's question. Councillor Perfect, please, may I have your question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully this will spark less debate. The Leader of the Council and portfolio holders have made clear that the administration's 6th pledge is a reduction in the use of non-permanent staff. This is not a new objective and has been the priority of the Council for some time, but the renewed focus is very much welcome. This is something that can support further improvement towards outstanding following the recent good ILACS report referenced earlier. Assuming that there will be a new strategy or plan to underpin this renewed focus and a new target for the number of non-permanent staff within the service, can a portfolio holder please update the Council on this matter in relation to children's services, with particular focus on the current number of non-permanent staff? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Price, please, could you respond?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Perfect. The Council will continue to strive for a permanent workforce across children's services, despite the national and regional shortage of social workers. In 2022, the number of children's social workers directly employed by local authorities nationally decreased for the first time in 5 years by 2.7%. That is 900 social workers. Now, Medway is fully committed to reduce the percentage of agency staff. It's currently 31% for social work qualified roles. And over the next 12 months, a range of activities are planned to build on the positive outcome of the recent Ofsted inspection, whereby Medway Children's Services is now a good authority to work for. These include a recruitment open day, several events to encourage agency staff to apply for permanent roles, and an international recruitment campaign. Recruitment campaigns across Jobs Go Public, Guardian and social media will continue throughout the year. The service also plans to increase their Grow Our Own initiatives through creating a rolling programme of social worker apprentices and increasing the intake of newly qualified social workers next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Question D, Councillor Sands, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As written.
Okay. Councillor Maple, please, could you respond?
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your question, Councillor Sands. I remember that debate well back in 2020, and it was something I was pleased to speak in favour of, not least because, of course, we made some things very clear at that point. An AOMB doesn't stop housing happening, and I think I need to say that right at the start, because there may be some residents who would think that would be the case. So, and I know my colleagues all know that's not the case, but just for the avoidance of doubt. I'm not sure quite what a vigorous campaign entails. I know what a vigorous political campaign entails, because we had one of those just more than 168 days ago. And all colleagues in the chamber will be aware of the current financial pressures of this council. But recognising those issues and recognising I'll be voting in favour of the motion tonight around UNESCO, and recognising there will be some work which probably will be able to be used for both applications, it's certainly something certainly we would look at. And I welcome the opportunity perhaps at our next one-to-one with opposition leaders, exploring what this may mean in practical terms.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Spalding, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As written.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, could you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. Thank you for your question, Councillor Spalding, about the roadworks and the inconvenience they cause to both residents and businesses. Our adopted highway network covers 827 kilometres spread over 2,500 individual roads and streets. Our roadworks in Medway are coordinated by the Streetworks team using a permit scheme which is self-funded, as all permit fees charged by utility companies cover the cost of running the scheme. The permit scheme gives us legal powers to dictate when all roadworks can be carried out, such as weekends, nights, or certain hours of the day, to keep disruption to a minimum. However, in certain circumstances, due to the nature or location of the work, some disruption will be inevitable. Penalty charges for overrunning roadworks are charged to the utility companies in line with current legislation. However, for Medway Council highway works, there is no penalty charges that can be levied under the contract in place. In addition, I wanted to add as well that we are looking into, as a group, contacting the government in partnership with other authorities, and that conversation has already begun, to enhance the current regulations and give us greater control, because there are problems in that area. I would add, however, that we have been left with a seriously degraded and road infrastructure by the previous authority. This is due to underfunding by the government and will take time by our hard-working highways team to resolve.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Lawrence, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. As per the order paper.
Thank you. Councillor Maple, could you please respond?
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Lawrence. My comments at full council in July reflect my strongly held view that this new Labour administration will work constructively and in partnership with both GPs and other NHS colleagues. We're proactively taking forward the recommendations of the GP Access Task Group with our NHS partners. That task group had a number of actions that will assist in addressing the issues our local residents face in terms of GP access. As a reminder, it looked at access, primary care networks, workforce training and development, quality and safety, technology and in finance and investment in partnership with the NHS Kent and Medway ICB. We're also using our strategic role in the Kent and Medway Integrated Care Partnership to work closely with those who are responsible for commissioning GP services. Despite the best efforts of the MP for Rochester and Stroud, we are continuing to build on that work to deliver a new healthy living centre in the Pentagon Centre. Our work with ICB partners means they will take account of the Medway Joint Local Health and Wellbeing Strategy, which, as you know, informs target setting and local priorities. Whilst GP numbers are not where we would like them all to be, they are increasing in Medway. However, it will take time to get to the levels and from conversations with GPs they themselves would like to see. Baseline data on GP numbers and trends in Medway is currently GP headcount total is 162. GP headcount excluding trainees and locums is 123. Full-time equivalent total GPs is 109.68. This data is updated monthly. In terms of a net increase, it would really depend on the date that you believe the baseline should begin to calculate increases. Further information on historic baselines and trends in recruitment and retention can be found in the online link in the Medway GP workforce data. That link will be included within the minutes. And as a practical example of that, both myself and my brilliant deputy leader will be participating tomorrow in Canterbury at the Kent and Medway Integrated Care System Symposium. Again, looking at ways of, in some cases, stopping individuals having to see their GP if we can improve things around public health and that joined up working that we all want to see between our local council and our NHS. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. We only have got time for 2 more questions, so we move on swiftly to Councillor Pearce. Please, may I have your question?
As written. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, could you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Councillor Pearce, for your question. We all, and when I say we, I mean all of us in the room here tonight, celebrate the important work that our community litter picking groups do in Medway. There's no doubt about that, and we collectively also recognise the benefits that the groups extend beyond just the collection of litter. There's the social aspect, the well-being and the community enhancement that comes along with that. I can confirm that the Council continues to collect the gathered materials in the black bags used by the groups. It is important for our wider services delivery that this is undertaken in a sustainable way, and officers always work with volunteer groups to develop reasonable local collection arrangements. These groups do a brilliant job and will always be supported. If any individual litter picker groups have any local concerns about their ongoing collection arrangements, they can contact Ian Gilmore, Head of Regulatory Environmental Services, who will work with them to support their activities. I've been an active litter picker for many, many years in Medway. We have always worked closely with all our groups across Medway, including on both sides. I mention that again. I've met with the Lordswood and Waldersley group in particular, and the Council's Environment Engagement team have also reached out to them. So I would stress that this collaboration, this collective work together to keep Medway clean and tidy and to help our volunteers always will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Final question from Councillor Anang. Please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since I joined the council, all of me here in this consultation matters, we're listening. So I would like to ask the portfolio holder for business whether she did consult the Federation of Business, small businesses, before they revoke the free parking on Mondays. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Anang. Councillor Edwards, could you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Anang. We are having to take very quick and decisive action to try to address the Council's £17 million budget black hole that we inherited. And this is reflected in our recent announcement on Monday parking charges, one of the many quick and difficult decisions we are having to take to protect our most critical services. This administration values our close working relationship with the Federation of Small Businesses Kent and signed their local leadership pledge within our first 100 days. We are working on several initiatives to support our pledge, such as our extensive business support programmes, workshops and grants, with further support being implemented to help Medway businesses with their net zero ambitions, funded via the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And we look forward to continuing our good working relationship with the FSB Kent.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. So for Councillor Tijan and Councillor Barrett, you will receive written responses from Councillor Edwards and Councillor Maple, respectively. Thank you very much. We will move to Agenda 11 now, which is the Public Space Protection Order regarding nuisance vehicles. So Councillor Osborne, would you please like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Garang. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce this item this evening, and it represents our dedication in this administration to partnering with our police and criminal justice sector to challenge crime and antisocial behaviour locally. I am certain that unlike moving streets this evening, this might just get support from across the chamber, and I am keen to engage with members across the entire chamber tonight on their views about antisocial behaviour in their wards. Crime, of course, remains one of the largest concerns amongst residents, and I'm always immensely proud, as are my colleagues here, of all those who work in our blue light services to support our residents. And of course, this item comes on the day when new statistics reveal that shoplifting has risen by 25%. 90% of crimes remain unsolved, and record number of cases with no suspect found, because the context of this report is a criminal justice system that is creaking, and a prison service, which we can see in the front page of the Daily Mail, is also suffering immensely. However, this public space protection order will be a Medway-wide order that will challenge nuisance biking, e-scooters, boy racers, and other uninsured motorised vehicles. This is a concern that has been raised on doorstep after doorstep at the local election. I noted the petition this evening from Councillor Brake, and I welcome that, which echoes the concerns that our residents and your residents and all our residents share. This item will streamline and allow partnership working on what are called Section 59s and will allow community protection notices to be served against persistent offenders. This matters to many residents, and I want to pay tribute to the Medway Messenger, KMTV, and also independent residents for highlighting the real concerns and voices of people suffering from these inappropriate behaviours. Despite the comments from one Medway MP in the House of Commons that our staff were backsliding or sitting on this issue, I also want to pay tribute to all of the staff in the Council who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to manage and collate the consultation responses and present this paper tonight to full Council. It has overwhelming support from residents, respondents and others, and gives a real chance to challenge on this issue. We in this administration will be working in collective partnership with all of those who want to challenge crime in our community, whether it be residents groups, Speedwatch, Kent Police, or residents groups and forums. And we are immensely proud to table this tonight. It will challenge crime, it will reduce antisocial behaviour, and it will be our commitment to our residents to do everything we can to live in safe and secure communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Is that supported?
Yes.
Supported by Councillor Peake. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I wish to speak now, please.
Yes, sure.
Okay. This is my first time. But I'm particularly pleased with this subject because this is so important. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to talk about this report as someone who does support the police force and believes very strongly in law and order. This means that, unfortunately, option 3 of the Cabinet. The police do support public spaces protection orders, and the introduction of a Medway-wide PSPO is needed to tackle antisocial behaviour. This PSPO will help all of Medway, including my constituents, so that they can enjoy a quality of life not negated by the inconsiderate behaviour of others. I'm very glad that that they have worked hard and quickly on a subject of considerable concern to my constituents in Wayfield and Weeswood. I refer in particular to Barnfield Park, to the antisocial behaviour of people their off-road bikers riding, quite often right across people that are just walking the dog, very intimidating. It's behaviour that does need to be addressed. The police, along with the Medway community safety team, can issue on-the-spot fines or prosecute offenders in court. That is the particular point of these orders. That is its game changer, if you like. It does mean that they can act quickly and decisively. Therefore, I urge that all councillors across all the parties give their full support to this Cabinet decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. We now move to debate, starting with Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very happy to support this Cabinet decision. In fact, I'd find it extremely difficult not to support it. Because this particular public safety protection order started life in the Community Safety Partnership when I was chairing it. And the public consultation process started in February. So welcome to the game, Councillor Oswald, a little bit late. But better late than never, I suppose. So we seem to have a little bit of plagiarism going on tonight, don't we? Claiming and counter-claiming. No, this is... get the political drivel out the way. This is actually a very important issue. Nuisance vehicles affect the health and well-being and peace and quiet of practically all our residents across Medway. Most of our public spaces, unfortunately, at one time or other, are exposed to quad bikes and the like. In Councillor Brake and I's former Walderslade ward, the little play area at the bottom of Princes Avenue and Walderslade Road, the grass was torn up like a ploughed field not so long ago by idiots having races round the children's play area. They treat some of our streets as racetracks. Chestnut Avenue is a classic example of that. The Medway City Estate has been notable in Strood for all that. We've had some near misses. In fact, I think 3 or 4 years ago, it was pretty near that one of the spectators that went along to one of those events nearly got killed by a car running out of control. So this is a very important issue. I'm sure we will have complete cross-party support on this. We'll get this done, but please remember, you didn't start this, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Gurham. It's fantastic to hear Councillor Galvin give such full-throated support to law-abiding members of the public, the residents in my ward in Borstal who've put up for years with the illegal activities, the nuisance bikes, the Sundays ruined as they try and spend time in their gardens only to have the chatter at their barbecues drowned out by the sound of motorbike engines. But I would point out that this seems to be, when you say better late than never, I may very well say the same to Councillor Galvin, because tonight we've heard them ranting and raving about red routes and how unfair red routes are. And actually all red routes are a defence of the rights of law-abiding citizens, those of us that don't park on double yellow lines, who don't ignore our fellow citizens. And the red routes, for example, are only a means of enforcement of something that's already against the law. So it's fantastic to hear that support finally appear, because when I've been talking to residents about this issue over the years, we've done our best. We've worked with the Community Safety Partnership. We've had fantastic attention from what's left of our community policing through the PCSOs, the ones that haven't been stretched so thin as to hardly be able to perform their role at all. And they've done all they can, but they've been operating with one hand tied behind their back. And this measure is hopefully something that will give them the opportunity and support them in their work to tackle this ill, because we found out at a recent meeting of the Rochester City Centre Forum, when we had a speaker from Kent Police, that Medway is operating, its police force are operating at 54% of staffing capacity. So they need all the help they can get. We've had 13 years of destruction of neighbourhood policing, community policing, and all the things, the intelligence-based policing, which tackles the blight like this, which really ruins quality of life for residents in Rochester West and Borstal. So I told my residents they should support this. I did so before the election, so I'm not trying to suggest that this was not an event that was already in chain, but it certainly wasn't something that had been publicised particularly much. But I did my best to support what Councillor Galvin says was all his idea. Well, that's great, but let's make it happen, and let's stand up for law-abiding citizens once and for all this time.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. So we will be going to Councillor Brake and then Councillor Cook. Councillor Brake.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did wonder this evening when I presented the petition on this very subject, whether I would be going ahead by presenting the petition, and actually spoke with the gentleman who was the lead petitioner. And it was agreed earlier this morning that, yes, I would go ahead with the petition, particularly as we felt it was a golden opportunity of actually pointing out to everybody exactly what has gone on and the support that I personally give the proposal this evening. And I say that because on I met with the local resident on the Friday. We actually walked the route. We saw the mess that had been left on the green space in Chestnut Avenue. We saw the state of the grass and the mess that young and not so young were leaving behind. We also identified areas where access was readily available for anybody wanting to go onto the green space. So having put this together, I put together an email that went off to our Assistant Director of the service, suggesting that this be looked at. Coincidentally, on the Saturday morning, I opened up an email from PC Rob Goble, who announced to myself and my colleagues in Lawswood and Waterslade Ward that he had been appointed our new beat officer. I immediately responded to PC Goble, congratulated him on his appointment, welcomed him to Lawswood and Waterslade, explaining that we would be very pleased to work with him, and outlined as his first particular task, he may like to have a look at the antisocial behaviour and damage being caused to green spaces. That was on the Saturday morning. By Saturday afternoon, PC Goble had his first case and had actually dealt with it, and the young person was dealt with by way of a police warning, and the young man was sent off with his tail between his legs and pushing his bike home, and has never been seen in the patch since. Now, since then, there's been a lot of work been going on, certainly around Lawswood and Waterslade, and I use this opportunity of congratulating and thanking PC Rob Goble for the hard work that he's particularly put in over the last couple of weeks in making sure that Waterslade has improved. And I'd like to feel that other areas across across Medway can also take advantage of exactly what PC Goble has been doing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for sharing that best practice example. Councillor Brake, Councillor Cook.
There we are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to really echo a lot of what's been said today, but also just to draw people's attention to section 3.5 in the report, which talks particularly about two things: quality of life and the persistent, continuing nature of this type of behaviour. And we know, and as has been heard from many here today, we have that responsibility to listen to the concerns of our residents and to answer questions which will have a positive impact on the quality of life of the people that we serve. That is taking their children to the park, that is walking their dog, that is enjoying those spaces which we really have appreciated over the past years, and we've already spoken about COVID this evening. And that isn't able to happen, particularly, as Councillor Peake has said, in the areas of the residents I'm serving, because of the nature of this type of behaviour. And Councillor Osborne has mentioned the work of local groups that have brought this to our attention again and again, and we are really grateful for their partnership. So I just want to say how grateful I am to see this, how important it is for the residents that I serve, and what an instrumental tool it will be for day-to-day quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cook. Councillor Joy and Councillor Lawrence, followed by Councillor Edwards. Councillor
Thank
Joy.
you, Madam Mayor. I've spent the last 20 years refereeing across Medway, and the motorbikes and the quad bikes have been a scourge across the whole of Medway. I've refereed at Knight's Place, and we've had them there, Barnfield, Snodhurst Bottom, Luton Wreck, Hook Meadow. And the amount of times that they don't take any consideration of anyone else using their facilities that are provided for everybody, and are going through not only putting themselves at danger by not wearing any safety equipment, but also putting our young children that are playing football on these pitches, our adults that are trying to get out and get a bit of exercise, and without any concern. And also with regards to the groups that think it's great to meet up in Strood Retail Park, used to be one of the places, and race up and down the A2 with all our residents over there. Now it's happening over in Hempstead Valley and along Hove Way, affecting the residents of Hempstead and Wigmore, and also the residents of Rainham South West and Rainham South East, and also congregating at the Tesco's there, so potentially also impacting residents of Twiddle, Watling and Rainham North. So be very supportive of this action, because it's something that should have been done a long time ago, and I'm really pleased that it's now going forward now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak briefly in favour of the motion. I suppose it's a bit of a shame that it's got to this, that general behaviour has fallen so far that we're having to bring in this type of order in order to protect law-abiding residents wanting to go about their lawful duty. And I think we do need to think about how we might challenge young people's behaviour particularly, and maybe we need to work with schools about creating a good citizen type programme to encourage good behaviour and to challenge it where we see it at every turn. I understand that the PSPOs there are two partners. There's the police and then there's the council. And I just wonder if Councillor Osborne can just assure the council that the council itself has got the resources in terms of its wardens, authorised persons who can actually issue the fixed penalty notices, and that we have the plans in place to make sure that those fixed penalty notices get paid. Because I think that's really important, that if we issue the fixed penalty notice and then don't bother to try and collect it, it loses all of its impact. I think there's for me, I had an opportunity to speak with Matt Scott today about this particular issue, and he said it has been successful in places like, I think Gravesham had a PFC, but actually all it did is push the crime somewhere else. And I think we need to be very aware that actually we may be just pushing Medway's crime into another area, and I think we might need to work on a more regional basis to make sure that we're just not, we want to look after our own residents, of course, but we don't just push the crime somewhere else. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Edwards, and I will allow final say from Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So like others, I welcome the introduction of the public space protection orders. Nuisance drivers are blighting our communities, and this action will ensure that we have stronger powers to tackle antisocial behaviour. And contrary to comments made by Rochester and Strood's MP, we have not delayed introducing the PSPO. What we have done is make sure that the legal minimum standards for consultation were being undertaken, and that is right and proper. The paper refers to a number of places where nuisance vehicles are a significant problem, such as Medway City Estate, to which I would also add parts of Rochester that I represent, which are similarly affected. I'm really pleased that the Council's community safety team will be able to use the powers, as our policing teams remain woefully under-resourced at the moment due to inadequate funding from the government. My colleague, Councillor Patterson, referenced the worrying statistic that we received, that 54% of resourcing levels are all that we've got in Rochester, and that's also the case in Strood. It was a message I heard at the Strood Town Centre Forum. And when I asked about this at the Kent Police and Crime panel earlier this week, I was told by our Police and Crime Commissioner that resourcing levels will be better by March 2024. So I guess people should try not to be a victim of crime until then. This is clearly not good enough, and I hope by this council giving more powers to its community safety team, we can start to deal with antisocial behaviour, like nuisance vehicles, that are so disruptive to our communities right now.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Spalding.
I'm obliged, Madam Mayor. Recently, I was pleased to take forward a community policing initiative out covering not just the peninsula but also Strood Rural. We're very lucky to have PC Dave Brett join us as our beat constable, and he's now been joined by PC Jones. They're going to be working together. And what was really, really good to see was not only did ward councillors attend, we had all the parish councillors represented as well. The 2 police officers arrived, and there's now a guarded but new positivity to policing in that area of Medway. But one thing came out very, very clear from speaking to these 2 police officers, and sometimes you do need to speak to the professionals and listen to them and everything else. These guys are already having results out there, but they really, really are looking forward to these orders being in place because it will give them the opportunity to do so much more. And for those reasons, I will definitely be supporting this tonight and look forward to it being implemented and our boys in blue having a lot more powers, basically, to make a lot of us a lot safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. And I am aware that there are other members waiting to speak, but in the interest of time, we do need to move on because I believe that the Chamber is overwhelmingly positive about agreeing with this proposal. So I will go back to the proposer, Councillor Osborne, to respond.
Thank you very much, Mayor Garang, and I'm very, very happy to recommend option 3 on the order paper. If I may just respond to a number of very interesting contributions and very positive contributions tonight. So I want to give credit to Councillor Edwards and Councillor Khan for all the work they've done to represent residents across Rochester and Strood and Gillingham and Rainham to ensure that this gets passage. I know some of the excellent work they've done against violence against women and girls and engagement with the police is absolutely critical and working very closely. Just answering some other questions. So, Councillor Golvin, I welcome the cross-party support from the Conservatives. I would just like to say that we have to be very careful on language. This is an order which is taking people's liberties in some cases when they are breaching regulations. So it's not a game, and we need to be really careful that we don't use those sort of terms in regards to removal of civil liberties. I appreciate this is not my PSPO, it's actually the Community Safety Partnerships PSPO, and I want to celebrate the work that all of our agencies and partners have done with that. I welcome Councillor Patterson's comments about police reductions over the last 10 years. Of course, it was Theresa May who initially cut policing numbers. Whilst it's welcome we have seen a return in numbers, we are seeing a contextual issue around prisons and a reduction in courts as well, which has concerns. Councillor Brake, absolutely correct, and I want to celebrate PC Lowbourne's work, and I congratulate him on his promotion, and I look forward to your continued partnership with him. And I also want to celebrate, I know Councillor Cook and Councillor Peake have absolutely been working so hard with the residents of Barnfield in the surrounding area. That used to be my ward, and I know that they are particularly active, and it's sometimes you get their messages on Twitter and elsewhere, and I know that you've been engaging with those communities, and I know that they respect that. This power will give you some weight to be able to challenge it, and I hope over the next year or so that we can actually start to prove dividends. Just answering Councillor Lawrence's point, I can give you that assurance. In fact, we're doing a pilot over the summer period where our officers have been working with Kent Police. It's very similar to the model actually used in Dartford, and that has seen a significant increase in Section 59s. Some of that is actually, at my behest and my request, has been actually publicised on their Twitter feed so that we can actually give community confidence in this, and I welcome the partnership approach that they've taken with us, and I can assure you that our officer team, excellent as it is under Ruth DeLue, is dedicated to this because we know how much of a problem it is. And so I welcome all of the contributions tonight, Madam Mayor. I think this is a very positive measure that the Council is undertaking. I, once again, would recommend option 3 and look forward to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. We move to the next item, agenda item, and I believe Councillor Perfect and Councillor Lawrence will be leaving the chamber. Yes.
With a number of schools mentioned, so I think it's better that I sit this one out as well.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for declaring. So, this is item 12, which is the annual review of the school place planning strategy 2022-2027. Councillor Coombs, would you like to make a proposal?
I think we would all agree that we want children and young people in Medway to have the best possible start in life, and it's so important, being a former teacher and head teacher myself, I know this, it's so important that they get good local schools readily available so that they don't have too far to travel and they get the education that they need. So I'm pleased to bring forward this annual review of the school place planning strategy, which makes recommendations to ensure that appropriate levels of good quality places are available through to 2027. Medway Council has a statutory duty to provide sufficient school places, and because of a changing population, this takes careful planning based on birth rates, new housing developments, forecasts around inwards migration and other factors. These forecasts enable us to look ahead to provide sufficient school places, while also considering where these places are needed geographically and the quality of the education offered. As I said, we want all Medway children to be able to go to a good local school. And so when we look at expansion, we take into account a school's Ofsted rating, its current performance, and popularity with parents. This annual review and the recommendations in it is based on forecasting carried out in April 2023, and it uses the latest information. It proposes action to provide sufficient good school places for the forecast number of pupils. It includes early years, primary, secondary, and SEND education. By approving the recommendations set out in section 1 of the report, Council will be ensuring that we meet our statutory duty to provide sufficient and appropriate good quality places, both in mainstream and specialist provision, and that the informal and statutory processes have been undertaken. I therefore present this review and the recommendations set out in section 1 for Council for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Is that supported? Thank you, Councillor Price, for indicating that you're supporting. Do you wish to speak now or reserve this right to speak later?
Well, I'll help us make progress and formally second it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're moving to debate. No one wants? Okay. Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just thought I'd better say, as our opposition spokesman for Education's had to leave because of his close involvement, I'd just like to add Conservative Group's full support for this tonight. Once again, I think when it comes to children, we can certainly agree to work together. And actually, going back to the beginning of this evening, it intrigued me when I read the report to see that one of the reasons why we've got a bulge of children coming in Gillingham is the success of Medway Hospital in recruiting new staff. So congratulations to Medway Hospital in their successful recruiting campaign. And I'm sure we'll make sure we'll redouble our efforts to make sure that those new staff's children get a good education here in Medway.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mayor Garang. And I also want to support this proposal. It's really important that we have a document such as this to forward plan ahead. And obviously, reference has been made to former school strategies and placement strategies, which potentially 10 years ago might not have gone in the same direction earlier on this evening. But I also just want to raise 2 points, and I know I raised this in Cabinet, that I do have concerns with. First of all, it's around the grammar school place provision, and my concerns that many of our schools are now having to go back out again because of the Department for Education and response via the School Standards Commissioner to say that they have to reconsult on their proposals to go co-educational, and that is at great expense to many of these schools to have to go out to consultation again. And I think we are owed an apology by government, and they need to look at that again and come back to us. And just secondly, just on the school places strategy, of course, relies on a firm grasp of funding, on per pupil funding. And people might be aware that 2 weeks ago, the government botched the government finance for schools for the next budget year and has cut secondary school funding per pupil by £55 and primary school funding by £45, which is a £1.5 to £2 million reduction. I have challenged my opposite number, who isn't unfortunately sitting opposite on this, and we've had no response. But I do welcome Councillor Lawrence's response when he said that it is right that the government should pay and give certainty to schools. So it's absolutely right that we have a robust school placement process, but we absolutely need to have certainty around funding for pupils as well. And just lastly, thirdly, around school buildings and provision there. We've had numerous delays with some buildings in Medway, and we need to ensure that the Department for Education is following up robustly and quickly to not offset their budgets onto our budgets. And I know we, over the last few years, we've had to look at how we've been able to support schools that haven't been built on time. So this is a really important position that we can future project where our school pupil numbers are and that we can come through. But there are ongoing issues around school placements and funding, which I am concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Returning back to Councillor Coombs.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Councillor Price for supporting this report, and thank you for the comments from Councillor Galvin and Councillor Osborne. I absolutely agree with you. I was very disappointed that the consultation to change 3 of our single-sex grammar schools to co-educational schools has been put back by a year, despite the schools having discussed these proposals with the regional director at every step. And at the very last minute, the Department for Education saying that this had to be consulted on again. Not only does this mean that we will continue to have single-sex schools in 3 of these schools, which was not the wanted position in the consultation, it also means that because we will not be able to have more of our Medway children in our Medway grammar schools for a further year, we'll have additional pressure on our non-selective schools too. So that was a very disappointing position for them to take. However, I'm pleased to put forward this motion. It's very important that we plan ahead. It's a tricky job, and I thank officers for coming up with this quite complex report. And I have to thank schools too, who have been incredibly cooperative and helpful, particularly those taking bulge classes, to make sure that all our children and young people are able to attend a good local school. So I put forward the recommendations in section 1 of the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coombs. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. That being agreed, Councillor Perfect, Councillor Cook and Councillor Lawrence can return to the chambers. Moving to Agenda 30, which is the adoption of outdoor events, fees and charges. Councillor Mahil, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the report that we have before us, which, if adopted, would see the Council take on a new streamlined outdoor events policy. Outdoor events, Mayor, in all their guises are important for the vitality of Medway. They boost trade, a sense of community and belonging, and most importantly, a sense of inclusion and safety. One part of getting all of that right is getting successful, commercially or otherwise, and also consistent events in Medway, is having a set of policies that are clear, accessible, and regularised. In light of Martin's Law, currently in draft legislation, I believe, it was prompted by the tragic terror attack in Manchester. It is only right that we reflect not only on security measures, as the law will require us to do, but also the culture around security, its effectiveness and consistency. We need to provide the reassurance that we're doing everything we can to hold events here in Medway as safely as possible and that all risks are considered. And Madam Mayor, as the squeeze on local government finances continue, we need to be able to work with different partners and stakeholders clearly and set out for them the basis under which we would deliver the various events that we aspire to. And while we're talking about partners, it is important to note that the charity and not-for-profit organisations have been thought of in this policy, with a criteria that offers them a full waiver for higher fees and a discount of up to 50% for application fees, which, for example, means friends of groups would pay a drastically reduced amount, I think amounting to all of £30 in most examples. This policy also outlines clearly our commitment to public health, the environment and climate change in a clear way. And over time, we'll be able to build on this policy over the years as and when the legislation changes or if our needs require it. Another benefit of a policy like this is that it allows us to better able to create online booking and event hire forms and portals, because the information needs and requirements for portals like that are already laid out here in the policy. So finally, I would like to thank the officers who put the work into this. A special mention to Paul Calv and the events team and all of their hard work. And I mean, I would like to thank the previous administration for their work, because obviously work started before May, but I don't know, do they want to take credit for things that happened before May or not? I'll leave it up to them. But the offer of credit is there. So thank you, and I'll leave it to any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Mahill. Is that supported?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Hamandeshe has supported that. So do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
No, I'll speak now.
Sure.
I'm very pleased to second this motion for the adoption of outdoor events, fees and charges as moved by my colleague, Councillor Mahill, particularly as it recognises charities and not-for-profit organisations that provide tremendous value to our communities by assisting them with a full waiver of their high fees and a discount of 50%. This will definitely encourage more community engagement, so no more higgledy-piggledy patchwork fees for event organisers. The new outdoor events policy brings in standardised fees and charges, providing a clear and fair framework for event organisers. I've had several event organisers asked me what's the pricing to put on events, and it doesn't lend for social cohesion when we cannot come up with a fair and standardized pricing policy. Whilst also protecting the local community and environment, is a positive stimulus to encouraging greater community engagement with our outdoor spaces, which I think we all agree is something that we need to encourage, and events, and I certainly second this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamandeshe. There being no other members wishing to speak on this particular topic, I'll go back to the proposer, Councillor Mahill.
I'd just like to move for the vote. Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Doe is now.
Sorry, it didn't come up on my screen when I said that, but I now have number 22, Councillor Doe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful to Councillor Mahill for pointing out that we did do a lot of this prior to the election, because I think it's very necessary that we brought all the administration of events, because actually I think there was a risk of waste otherwise, and I think this should provide a very efficient system. However, what worries me about this, and it worries me deeply, is the fact that we must beware of actually creating a kind of administrative labyrinth which organisations who are highly professional, you know, for example, who are actually going to put on a very large event, for example, the concert, the Medway concerts, the castle concerts, they I should think could deal with this very easily. But I think the lesser organisations are going to find this very difficult, very challenging. Now, I'm pleased to note within the report here, there is an opportunity for some to actually join a course to get some instruction in this. But I do think that this probably needs to be reviewed in the way it's actually discussed, because I think that if we find, as a result of this, people don't want to take the risk, they can always go down the road and do it somewhere else. And I think, in view of all the work that we put into building up the cultural side, which I think has been spectacularly successful, and I welcome the fact that this is continuing, but I think that what we have to do is to make sure that in doing this and covering all the bases that we have, we don't end up with a wonderful, worthy document that covers us against everything except the outbreak of World War III, and in the end, there's a very great downward spiral of people who actually want to engage. So I think it's extremely important we deal with it in that way, and that we make sure our partners see that what we have to do is to actually work as a partnership rather than this resulting in two separate things. The council with all its various protections, etc., and the organisation confronted with a wall of administration. And I think we have to close that gap and make sure it works together. This may cause quite a lot of extra work as well for the officers.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. We have two more speakers, so we have Councillor Lawrence and then Councillor Galpin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just following up on Councillor Doe's comments. I think community cohesion, community events come about because people actually get together and do things. I think there is a danger that adding extra administration, it means it's difficult enough to get people to organise events. Now, even in places like Hempstead, where we've got a very vibrant Hempstead Fair, but actually finding people to actually come and do the work is really hard. And I'm very concerned that we're using a hammer to crack a nut. And I wonder if the council could go back and rethink this so that we have a process for larger events, commercial events, and then we have a much more clear, easy set of processes for people who just want to put on a fete, who want to do a litter picking event, who want to do something in their local park together. So, unfortunately, I'm going to be voting against this motion, against this item tonight. I just think the council have gone a little bit overboard. I understand the whole thing about bringing this all into one place, digitising the process, but I think some of us will remember when all of a sudden public liability became an absolute must for organising events, and all of a sudden lots of events just didn't happen anymore because no one wanted to do the administration for these things. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Galpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd certainly like to support my colleagues' comments. If members look at page 335 of the agenda, section 14.3, there is a huge list there of hoops that people have to jump through. And as Councillor Doe said, large organisations will have all these plans and policies on the shelf, or these days in a laptop, and we'll be able to bring them out. Smaller groups, and particularly community groups, will not have that facility. So whilst I think the ethos of the document is absolutely right, and trying to get it better organised, I will certainly agree with that. But I think there has to be a degree of proportionality here. That, you know, as I said, we're using a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Certainly, when it comes to safety issues and security for large events, we've absolutely got to get it right, because unfortunately the climate we're living in at the moment, all those sort of things at risk. But, you know, a village fete held on a village green, to go through this sort of procedure is not right. So can we go back, just have a think about it, and bring it back with some sort of proportionality, so the smaller organisations and groups that we all want to encourage, all our community groups, don't have to go through this bureaucratic nightmare.
Thank you, Councillor Galpin. Councillor Maple.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I'm going to now. This is really important because we want to make sure that we have a clear, transparent process. Now, take from my next two sentences what you will. We haven't had a clear, transparent process for the last 23 years. Occasionally, dare I say it, perhaps former councillors have done favours for their friends. Perhaps, I don't know, but perhaps that's been the case in high streets and elsewhere in Medway. Perhaps that's been the case. But what this policy does is it makes sure that's not happening anymore. We've got transparency. We've got a clear commitment to a process, and that's important. And look, let's look at the wording of 22.2. All events must conform wherever applicable. So if there is a 25,000 attendee gig happening, I don't know, somewhere in Medway, all of this and more will be applicable to them. If a friends of group is having a barbecue, spoiler alert, lots of these things won't be applicable to them. And that's why the policy is very clear. And that's why I pay tribute to my friend and colleague who's got on with this recognising some of that work had started before, in making sure that whoever you may be, whatever size of organisation you are, you know when you're dealing with Medway Council, it's not going to be who you know, it's going to be what the policy says. That's what this administration believes in. That's what I'll be voting for tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Goring. Councillor Maple, I wasn't going to speak on this, but I will now. There's been a very detailed and careful consultation, I'll use that word again, on this particular policy with all the relevant parties involved. So certainly, and I didn't have to declare an interest because I am no longer running the friends groups in Medway. That's now, I'll have to give that one up, sadly, but they were consulted on this. And actually, at the moment, the current system is I think there's 4 or maybe 5 forms that a friends group has to fill out and then submit via email to Capstan Farm Country Park, to one of the North staff, who then checks the forms and emails back. And then they also have to check with the Green Spaces team in order to set up just the paperwork for one event. That's the system at the moment, with no support from staff apart from one member of the Green Spaces team who supports them part of her time. So that's the process that they're in at the moment. If they want to do a litter pick, they don't go that route, they go a different route. They go to the engagement team, the environmental engagement team, to do litter picks because that's done in a different way. What this system does is pull it together under one system that's online, which they can do easily by simply going online. And what's more, there's a team of staff behind there to support them in the work that they want to do and get this through properly. And in addition to that, there's a percentage of any money that comes in from paid events that goes back into the green spaces park where the event took place. The benefits of this are just obvious and plain to see, and they have been consulted on this and they like what they see. So I really think that the issues raised by other colleagues are really not relevant to this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Spalding and then Councillor Lammers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very, very fortunate that out in my ward I've got a massive amount of people that get together for the community, the Stoke Community Project. The team at Cross Park at All Hallows, and of course the irrepressible Grain Carnival and Fate Committee. And one thing that has come to the fore since May when I was elected is the number of times they do seek clarity. They can't see what they need to do or where they need to go. And I do take on board Councillor Doe and Councillor Lawrence's point, but having read the report, I believe that the time is right, that we do need a policy and the clarity in place, because it leads down to guidelines for these community people to know exactly what they're doing. It doesn't mean that at a later date, as my colleagues in the Conservative group have said, my friends in the Conservative group have said, rather, that we can't change it. So I will be supporting this because it's important to bring something in. We haven't had it. It will help with the guidance, it will help all the community volunteers, and it's a good thing. But that doesn't mean that we can't amend it later. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. And finally, Councillor Lammers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do see merit in bringing together a sort of new system where everything's tied together. I understand the logic behind it, but I would just urge the Council to reconsider and come up with a sort of fast-track, streamlined process for small community groups and a separate one for large organisations. For example, I note the discounts available for community organisations of up to 80%, but is, for example, the £60 compulsory non-refundable administration fee that they apparently have to pay, is that included in the discount? Even when you apply 100% discount at discretion, is that £60 still has to be paid for certain small community groups? £60 is a lot of money, can put them off. Also, the requirements for liability insurance in the millions of pounds. Small organisations are not going to have liability insurance in the millions of pounds. Again, this all to me seems very appropriate for commercial hires, for large-scale events where I agree it makes sense, but I think we need to have a separate process for small-scale community organisations, and for that reason, sadly, I can't support this, although I do wish you well in trying to bring together a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lammers. I go back to Councillor Mahill now to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Let me just start with that this aims to simplify the current process rather than complicate it. So the current process that we have is an arrangement of different applications for different sites, and there's no consistency. That is the bureaucratic mess, not this. This streamlines things. So I'm no fan of overbearing bureaucracy. If anyone knows me and has been in a meeting with me, I barely can stand meetings. So the idea that I'd want to introduce another layer of bureaucracy, I'm sorry, it's for the birds. What the point that was made by Councillor Galvin about all the long list that he mentioned, if he just skipped down to the next two, in chapter, sorry, the points 14.4 and 14.5, it's explained, and also above that, where it says that this is indicative, not absolute, but also that these events that are expected to cause significant impact to an area are more likely to are subject to higher scrutiny, or where a small or medium event is considered to have a potential cause to significant impact. There are procedures in place to manage these types of events, and that this will be determined by the council. And there's I think there were 2 or 3 mentions about a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If you've read the report, this is not a sledgehammer as much as it is a toolkit. So there are many different bits in this policy that will allow and give officers the ability to expedite and work with the policy to get events off the ground quicker, faster, and significantly faster for those smaller organisations. There is a clear distinction between the smaller organisations that have the larger discounts and the larger organisations which are more commercial in nature and which will help with revenue generation. That is right through the policy. And the 50%, the administration fee that was mentioned by Councillor Lamas, I specifically mentioned in my opening speech about how that £60 would be subject to a 50% reduction. So it would be £30, which I think we would agree is fair. And I think Councillor Maple did a very good job on explaining why, if we don't have this approach, it leads to a situation where grace and favour is applied, or there is less than transparent options, shall we say. So I strongly recommend that we vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahill. I have noted that there are differences in opinion here in the chamber, so I will be requesting members to raise their hands if they are in favour of the proposal. So this is carried. And those against?
The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. We move to motion 14, which is about contactless payment facilities in taxis. Councillor MacDonald, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Guran. Tonight I'm recommending a significant policy change that will not only advance our taxi services, but also uphold the safety and inclusivity of our community. It is our recommendation that the Council makes it compulsory for all taxi drivers in Medway to have contactless payment facilities available for all their passengers. This change will streamline operations, improve convenience, and most importantly, promote the safety of our residents. Firstly, I would like to express our gratitude to the taxi trade, for their willingness to adopt this policy change. Taxi and private hire drivers are often the forgotten essential link in our transport system in Medway, serving Medway residents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Over several years, the Medway taxi and private hire industry has moved on from the days of the two-way radio and modernised to meet customer expectation. They have heavily invested into modern computer dispatch systems combined with booking apps to streamline and improve service. This amendment to the Medway taxi and private hire policy to ensure that every taxi or private hire driver accepts card payments is the final link in that modernisation. Credit and debit card use escalated during the pandemic, and this method of payment has grown considerably since then as a popular and convenient way to pay for goods and travel services. So it is only right now that mobile card payment technology has advanced and our previous mobile data signal issues in Medway have improved, that all of our licensed drivers embrace this technology and offer this level of service. I would like to praise most of our drivers that already offer the travelling public the ability to pay by card. This policy amendment will ensure that the services of our hard-working drivers, with their extensive knowledge of our towns under the watchful eye of our equally hard-working licensing officers, is available to all. My thanks also go to the MLTDA. Their proactive response on this matter deserves recognition and serves as a solid foundation to move forward with this policy change. Furthermore, promoting contactless payments aligns with our commitment to inclusivity and accessibility. For individuals with mobility challenges or those who may struggle with handling cash, having the option for contactless payments ensures they can access taxi services with ease. We must strive to create an inclusive society where everyone, regardless of their circumstances, can navigate our community independently and conveniently. In Medway, residents should never again be left stranded late at night or alienated and refused taxi services because they only have a card to pay for their journey home. Let us create a community where no one is left behind on our streets and where taxi services cater to the needs of every passenger. In conclusion, Madam Mayor, I want to thank the Licensing Committee for their work on this, and I wholeheartedly propose the Council to implement this policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. Is that supported? Councillor Fern has supported this motion. Do you wish to speak now?
Yeah, I'll speak now, please.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very pleased to see that this has received cross-party support from the outset. Like Councillor MacDonald has just highlighted there, I'd like to express my thanks also to the Chairman of the MLTDA, Mr Jackson, for his attendance at our committee meetings and sharing his experience of the card payment facilities and addressing some of the concerns the trade had around the loss of signal of the card readers. It was very reassuring to hear that the association will be holding the drop-in and training sessions for the trade so they consider different options available to them and receive the guidance in using them. Whilst I appreciate there is cost associated with the card payment facility, I see a big step in the right direction addressing the safety for all, but especially for the vulnerable passengers late at night. A great deal of credit for this common sense approach should go, in fact, to two former councillors. Stuart Tranter initially raised contactless payments with Councillor Chambers and I, former Councillor Diane Chambers and I, in April after his daughter was refused lifts on several occasions as drivers refused to take card payments. As a result, Mrs Chambers brought the paper through the Licensing Committee while she was the chairman, so thanks should go to both of them for putting a focus onto this. Madam Mayor, I'm very happy to support these proposals.
Thank you, Councillor Fern. So we have other members who wish to speak on this matter. We start with Councillor Etheridge and then Councillor Field and Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And from the outset, I wanted to make it perfectly clear that I support this proposal. However, I do have concerns in representing a rural ward, and others here do as well. And therefore, the loss of signal could obviously be causing all sorts of problems, not only to the driver, but also to the person trying to pay. So I'd like some further investigation, please, in terms of, is it possible for a cheap modem to be fitted in the car so it doesn't lose signal, or if they intend to use a hotspot off their own phone? But even more importantly than those two items, if the areas considered have a recognised black spot, would it not be incumbent upon the driver, when told where he's going to state very clearly that it is a black spot and possibly maybe unable to accept a card payment at that time? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully support this proposal. It's an eminently sensible, practical proposal that really helps the taxi and private hire trade to compete in the 21st century, especially against operators that are licensed elsewhere. I think there's two major benefits here for the people that we must consider most, which is our users of taxi and private hire vehicles. Firstly, I think there's a clear public safety angle here, the need for people not to carry cash, the need for people not to have to stop at a cash point, particularly late at night. And I think that that is something that we should be encouraging and making sure that we're reducing risks to taxi and private hire passengers. I would also think that there is a significant accessibility and equalities benefit to that. It gives reassurance to passengers that they are able to pay, in particularly those with disabilities, in particularly women, in particularly those that are old or young. Those are groups that we really need to support and ensure that they have access to good quality private hire and taxi options. As much as it's been good engagement that has looked to see the concerns of taxi and private hire drivers, but I think this is a sensible, well-founded proposal, and I pay tribute to everyone in the licensing committee and those that have worked on these proposals for the last couple of years.
Thank you. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I fully support this policy going forward. I sat on the licensing committee prior to May and saw this come forward for consultation and supported it then. So I think I share Councillor Etheridge's concerns with regards to the rural community. I think it's important for the rural community to have this in place, because if you do get stranded and need to get back out to Cliff, you need to ensure that you can pay for that. And I'm hopeful that the taxi drivers will be aware of any black spots in the area and will hopefully make their own arrangements to sort of deal with that. And I think also for young people who increasingly probably don't carry cash around with them, I think it's very important that we safeguard them, that they can also get home after a night out. Being a mother of young people that go out late at night in Medway, you can always transfer money into a bank account of a young person, but obviously if they haven't got cash, there's not much you can do about that. So yes, I fully support this policy being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. We have two more members who wish to speak on this, so it'll be Councillor Joy and finally Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I sat on as a substitute on the committee for licence and safety back in August when this was brought up. I was originally very apprehensive of it, working for a small business, having regulation for additional costs being put onto us. But after sitting and listening to Nigel Jackson, the chairman of Medway Licensed Taxi Driver Association, and his feelings on it, saying that the majority of taxi drivers in Medway already offer this service, and they're aware of black spots. They said they've improved. There's still some in other areas, but they've overcome that by having a second SIM, which with SIM card prices dropping for additional SIMs, it means it's not too much, and it's also giving them an opportunity to get them extra fares. So despite being apprehensive in the beginning, I was fully supportive of this in the committee, and I'll be fully supporting it today. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Finally, Councillor Hamilton, and then we will return to the proposal.
Thank you, Mayor Goring. I fully support this as a member of the Licensing Committee. I think given the improved connectivity that we've got across Medway, it's very timely. It also gives us an opportunity as a council to really lead on best practice, showing that we're modernising and that we're able to ensure that our taxi industry is able to compete with ride-sharing apps, for instance. Again, I'd like to reiterate how this really improves the safeguarding for vulnerable people, particularly, and also particularly reducing that practice, which I hope this will really start to address, of cherry-picking rides and fares, particularly for younger people and women and girls seeking to travel home safely at night. So, yeah, fully supportive. Great initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We return to Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, members, for your comments. I will say, Councillor Etheridge, that everything's been looked at with regards to, and looking at our black spots, looking at the areas which may not have any coverage, and I know a couple of members have brought that up, Councillor Turpin as well. That has been looked into. Procedures are in place to make sure we won't leave anybody out there that has got black spot. There'll be some, as Councillor Joy said, there are phones with double SIM. and it's also sometimes depending on where they reach to allow prepayment of that service. But that has been looked into, and I'm sure the licensing team will acknowledge any issues regarding that in the future. I thank Councillor Field for his comments. Obviously, the idea of this policy change is about safety. That's why we're doing it. Safety is paramount for all of the passengers on our licensed taxi driver services, and we need to make sure that continues. Thank you, Councillor Joy. MOTDA will appreciate your comments. Nigel, as Councillor Fern says, does a very good works with our licensing committee very, very well. He does come to our committee and present whenever we have an issue or whenever we want to know more about the taxi trade. So we do again thank them for that. And Councillor Hamilton, your comments on the committee were really appreciated when we discussed this again just recently. And you are right, this will allow our licensed taxi drivers to compete against those rogue non-licensed operators in Medway, which are going on every day. Finally, Madam Mayor, just going back to Councillor Fern, I don't mind, Councillor Fern, us sharing. It seems to be a bit of a theme this evening about people taking, councillors trying to take credit for things. I know we don't do that on licensing, and I really appreciate that. However, I will say that it was about 2.5 years ago. You remember very well that I proposed it and you seconded it. And I do thank Councillor Chambers for allowing that to go through. So I will say we've worked on this for a long time to make this happen. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. So is that agreed? Thank you very much. We move to item 15, which is amendments to the capital programme. Yes, that's allowed.
Obviously, I've looked at the paperwork and there's diversity impact assessment. So I just want to go back to Councillor Doe's question about invasion of travellers. My mum is a traveller. We are a chamber that educates children and our community. Can we please be wise about using kinds of language like this in our council? Thank you.
Noted that. Thank you very much. I revert back to item 15, which is going to be proposed by Councillor Maple now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung, and it's pleased to have voted for that last item as well. Actually, it's important to bring those modernisations forward. This is a fairly technical finance report. It's doing two things, really. Firstly, it's removing the unallocated balance from the MDC programme, and obviously that will come forward on a case-by-case process moving forward, and welcome that. And the MDC are getting on with work, and some of that MDC work started before May the 4th, before anybody over there jumps up and says the world didn't end at that point. I promise you it didn't. And then the second part is around, for those of you who were here for the Alan Partridge reference at the budget meeting in February, Alan's big pocket, which we're closing once and for all. So there's two elements to this. Firstly, there are a couple of small projects which have been completed slightly under budget, so that's going back in. And the figure has changed since the budget meeting, so it's a smaller figure than the one we debated here. But in part due to the capital receipts situation we find ourselves in, this will be removed from the capital programme. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported?
Yes.
Supported by Councillor Khan. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Can I reserve my right, please?
Yes, sure. We move to debate now. So we have Councillor Galvin and then Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm afraid we can't support this. Councillor Maple may claim this is just a technical issue, but by removing the funding for MDC from the capital programme, removes it from the public domain. It's important that our commitment to regeneration in Medway is there, out in the public domain. It's been the case over the last few years that every single project that's been put forward by MDC, once it's been approved by the had been approved by the board of MDC was then subject to the scrutiny of the Chief Operating Officer, or Chief Finance Officer, it was the time, but now the Chief Operating Officer, the appropriate Assistant Director, and also the then Leader of the Council. So there was a considerable level of scrutiny. I hope that we are committed to the further regeneration of Chatham. Certainly, Mountbatten House should be able to proceed. The detailed design work was put into progress early this year by the Procurement Board. And once we've got Mountbatten House in the position where it doesn't look a concrete sort of Damocles hanging over the centre of Chatham, that will be a wonderful improvement for Chatham. It was also good to have the presentation from MDC and the architects, landscape architects, for the Civic Centre site in Strood. But we need to show our commitment, and I'm rather concerned by taking this out of the capital programme and then hiding the process from then on without scrutiny. I'm a little bit concerned with. So I may have got this wrong. I may be reading my suspicious mind, maybe overdoing it, but I am suspicious. I do wonder whether you really do have the commitment to regenerate Chatham. I can still well remember a little while back, every single member of the Labour group on the planning committee voted against the proposals for Mountbatten House. Every single one of them. Couldn't see that the future of Chatham needed a little bit of a helping hand. Because, and not for planning reasons, just didn't like it. You know, it wasn't as though they could come up with some good planning reasons. They couldn't. So I've got my suspicions of this. We won't be supporting it. I'm happy to listen to any explanations, but I remain,
Thank you,
I've got to say, be
Goldman.
convinced.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goldman. Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm concerned at any sort of retraction of funding for members' priorities because it will reduce the ability of local representatives to secure funding for projects based on local need at their ward level. I just don't think it's a good idea, and I think that, coupled with the change in bureaucracy for outside event hire spaces for small community groups, and then moving on later on to the motion when we discuss litter picking groups, I think this is the beginning of a trend against sort of localism towards sort of bureaucracy, which I'm not really in favour of. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we have Councillor Doe.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I think that this is actually a rather difficult one, because I can understand that it is very difficult to justify in council terms how you deal with these kind of investments. But the fact of the matter is that if you want to go ahead with Medway Development Company, you've got to give it some flexibility. It's got to have the ability to get on with things. And if it has to go through a detailed process, and I'll be very interested to hear what the process will be, then I think we can continue. I mean, I'm not suggesting for one moment that it was not right to take members off the boards, if that's what the new administration wants. What I am concerned with is what is being put in its place. And I think that's where the control, frankly, concerns me. And I think that what we need to do, really, is to make sure that we have that board in which we have confidence, and that the penny has watched us closely as Councillor Goldwyn and I watched it as things developed. And that's why, so far, it's been successful, and I only wish it to continue to be successful.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. We go back to Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there seems to be a lack of perhaps reading of the reports tonight, because a lot of the detail is within the paper, rather than trying to shroud things in secrecy and creating barriers for development and regeneration across Medway. Actually, what we're trying to do here is create transparency, something that the previous administration seemed to shirk away from. And as we start to unpick the books, that's something that's becoming very, very apparent. What this is about is absolutely not suggesting in any way that we will not be bringing forward regeneration or development in Chatham Town Centre, or our commitments to Mountbatten House have changed. Actually, that's been made clear throughout this meeting, so I'm not quite sure where Councillor Galvin has made those assumptions and what he's based those assumptions on. What we recognise is that when we have companies such as MDC that are working directly with the council and are part of our structures, that we need to ensure that there is a level of scrutiny that we are able to apply to them, so that we have accountability and are able to bring forward major development in a manner which is transparent and clear to the public. And that's essentially what we're talking about here. There is a very clear process, which means that Cabinet and Council will be able to scrutinise through business cases how MDC would like to bring forward future projects, and we continue to work with them very flexibly and have added additional levels of scrutiny in order to support and work with them collaboratively. We're actually meeting with them, with the board, and continuing to work with them on a regular basis, and have really solidified our relationship. So we are keen to continue that, but however, having additional scrutiny and being able to review and keep an eye on what's coming forward is something that any prudent council would be doing.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed. And it's there in 4.1 for the avoidance of doubt that any future schemes considered by MDC to deliver within the council's programme is being subject to a business case report to both Cabinet and Council. More scrutiny, not less. And actually, if you want to call it in, you know, sometimes you want to delay stuff, I understand that. You can do that too, that doesn't stop you. But I hope you don't, because I don't think you will, because like us, we treated calling in items on a very rare basis. On the point of Alan's big pocket, look, the times have changed. You're not going to get a 10-minute reply from a council leader going, yeah, that's all right. That's not how it works. I'm not the council. We're all the council. But the public expect better than that. The public do expect better than that. So that scheme has gone. There still remains ward improvement funds, and I hope through the work that we do, we're able to retain that. We will work hard to, because I know all 59 of us, although it's not every year used by every councillor, put that to really good use across the council area that we cover. Our communities benefit from that. So I hope we will be able to retain that. But it will be a challenge. It will be a challenge because of the £17 million hole we have in the budget set by the previous Conservative administration. So that we will have to take further tough decisions. There's no doubt of that. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, before we go home tonight. But to give, I hope, genuine clarity and confirmation, the reason we're making this decision tonight on MDC is to give more transparency and more confidence to the people of Medway that a number of people, 10 cabinet members, 59 councillors, the public at large in 2 public documents are able to see what this administration is delivering brick by brick, building by building, as we get Medway moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So just for the purpose of clarity, I will be asking members to raise their hands if you are in support of the motion. And those in opposition?
So that is carried, Madam Mayor.
That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Right. We move to item 16, which is the Legal Services Structural Review and Budget Addition. So, Councillor Van Dijk, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Legal Services has in recent years faced a significant challenge in recruiting and retaining lawyers and paralegals. This has led to the service becoming over-reliant on the use of locum staff, and at its worst point, the service was comprised of over 65% of locums, with those staff costing as much as 3 times as much as a permanent member of staff. This has created unacceptable budget pressures. In order to address this problem, a complete overhaul of the structure has been undertaken, creating a clear career progression pathway to assist in staff retention, reviewing the reward offer to ensure that it is competitive in a very challenging market, and addressing a shortfall in resources to ensure that the service can continue to provide excellent support to all departments within the council. As a back office service, much of the work of the team can fly somewhat under the radar, but from representing children's services in court to putting in place the contracts that allow for support to be put in place for vulnerable adults, right through to drafting Section 106 agreements that allow for the much-needed development to come forward, the team support the whole of Medway Council. The changes to the structure which provide for this to be fully resourced was approved in Cabinet in August, and this addition to the budget is the final piece of the puzzle which will allow the service to move away from over-reliance on locum staff. And while the addition to the budget being requested here is a significant amount of money, the alternative would see the service continue to overspend by up to 3 times as much. I would therefore urge members to support the budget addition, approving the recommendations set out in paragraph 1.1 of the report on page 414 of the agenda as follows. The Council is asked to agree the changes to the Legal Services 2024-25 revenue budget as set out in paragraph 14.4 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Dijk, is that supported?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton has supported that. So do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I will speak now.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Mayor Goring, and thank you, Councillor Van Dijk, for moving the proposal. I'm pleased to see that the restructure of legal services approved by Cabinet is yet another example of the measured, sustainable and prudent approach being taken by this Labour administration. I draw your attention to page 414.3.5, which yet again highlights the questionable decision-making of the former Tory administration. In this instance, to move away from the NGC terms and conditions to implement Medpay, decisions which have directly led to the reward offer at Medway falling behind many directly comparable organisations. Decisions which fostered an unsustainable and extremely uneconomic operating model in the Council's legal services. I'm particularly pleased that since the approval of the legal services restructure by Cabinet, effective and prudent decision-making and leadership has already resulted in increased stability and a reduction in the Council's reliance on the locum market. It is very positive news that people are now making the choice to sign substantive employment contracts with Medway Council. It is even better news that the anticipated £1 million overspend in the Legal Services Department is already being tackled in a constructive and considered manner under this administration. I'm delighted to second the recommendation to Council to agree the changes to Legal Services 2024-25 revenue budget as set out in paragraph 14.4 of the report.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We now move to debate, starting with Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The opposition are delighted to support this report, which makes very clear the reduction in terms of the use of locums within legal services, particularly as it pertains to children's services. As I mentioned earlier in a question, the opposition fully support the administration in their objective to reduce the number of locum staff, as was a priority before May as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Lawrence wishes to speak as well. So, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor. On this side, we definitely agree that you need to do something different. And sometimes you've got to spend in order to make the savings. So we're 100% behind that. I'm just wondering what Office has done about modelling the impact of the changes. And is there a danger that we can end up paying more, but we will still have the same problem? Because actually the salary levels we're now pitching at and the structure we're pitching at doesn't keep or attract new legal counsel to the to work for Medway. Thank you.
You can't hear. Councillor
Sorry,
Howcroft-Scott.
Madam Mayor, I have a
Yes.
hearing impairment and the last councillor wasn't using his speaker. I probably didn't miss much, but you know.
Right.
Please think
Councillor-
of different abilities.
Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak again?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that was a totally unnecessary comment, Councillor Howcroft-Scott, but nothing less than I'd expect from you. I'll just remake the point that on this side we agree that you have to spend the money in order to save money. That's absolute. We need to do something different because the budget was getting out of control. We saw that at ONS. It was one of the reports to ONS. However, my question is, have we modelled these new pay rises? How have we tested that this new structure is going to recruit and retain good quality legal service, people to work in our legal services? Or are we going to be paying some of our staff more but still having to use a lot of locums because actually we've not pitched it at the right level?
Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Yeah, right to reply. I just feel we shouldn't have dinosaurs in opposition. We've had the Equalities Act since 2010. We've had the Disability DLA Act in 1995. You need to think of people who have different needs and use the technology available. I sat next to Councillor Lloyd who couldn't use the technology and couldn't hear. And so I'm really cross that people think they can stand up and use their big macho voice and not use the technology. It's not inclusive and it shouldn't be allowed.
Thank you. I would like to remind everyone that we are inclusive here and, you know, everybody has been allowed to speak. Where people cannot hear, I have requested the relevant member to repeat what he said, which he has done. So I hope that makes it very clear where my position is. So we are going to move back to the proposer, Councillor Van Dijk.
Thank you. In response to your question, the changes are already beginning to take place within the legal department. Some locums have left, but some locums have decided to take up substantive employment on the regular level of salaries within the department, and we expect that that will continue.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. So is that agreed? Thank you very much. That is agreed. We move to item 17, which is the review of the Constitution. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
I will, thank you very much. And just to correct something from Councillor Galvin earlier on, it's actually 147 days. Because of course, there is that gap in between. So it means if you log on to Moonpig now, you can send us all a happy 150 days card. I look forward to receiving that. And in those 150 days, as it will be at the weekend, we've been cracking on with stuff. And this is one of the things we said in opposition we thought needed to change. And that's why it's come forward. There's lots of things we want to change, but the budgetary pressures means they will have to take a longer time. But this is something from a constitutional perspective, from a democracy perspective, what we think is critically important. So there's two aspects to this tonight. Firstly, that's around the issue of the mayoralty. For a number of years, this council had a points-based system that's quite common in councils up and down the country, which is based on the number of members each political group, and it is about political groups, not about individual councillors. That's very common practice. And there's a formula which is laid out in the document, which basically goes through the 4 years of a municipal cycle when this is in place from day one, and it will be very clear which political group, as long as there's not changes. Both political groups know here occasionally there can be changes in that 4-year cycle. People will be clear, so preparations can be made, and it really shows that actually the mayoralty sits above party politics, the first citizen. And Mayor Gurung, you've been doing an outstanding job as our first citizen, supported by Deputy Mayor Nesterov. So I hope this will be supported. I know privately a number of councillors have said to me in the last few years, well, I support this, but it's just the whole group don't. In fact, to the point where probably most of the group over there support it, but somehow it didn't happen. Now, some of the personnel have changed since this was last debated. So maybe we'll see a cross-party consensus on this matter. The second matter we're talking about in this particular set of recommendations is on the issue of public questions. We're really clear. We want to hear from the public. We're doing that in many different ways. Some of those are known. Some of those will be coming forward in the next few weeks. And I'm really pleased. One of the things I've done in those first 147 days is open up the door to George and Adrian and Liz as leaders and deputy leaders of the relevant political groups we have here in Medway. Frankly, if the previous leader had done that, we probably would have a local plan in place today. That's the truth of it. But that didn't happen. And that's by the by. What we're doing today is making sure, although we've given those additional opportunities to politicians and their groups, we're giving the public an additional opportunity. Now, cynically, I wouldn't say this, obviously, but some people would say the decision at the time may have been to take this away because one or two cabinet members, obviously no one here, one or two cabinet members may not have been able to deal with all of the technical questions that will come forward in supplementary questions. I wouldn't say that, but some more cynical might. So I'm confident that my team of cabinet members and chairs of committee, and of course that includes Councillor Tijan, he could be getting a public question at any point, just to put you on notice, that people can answer those supplementary questions that they'll come. So this is straightforward. As colleagues would have heard from the public question tonight, we'll be bringing forward a second report specifically looking at what we do on the issue of accessibility, and we may be looking at some other council matters alongside that, and we'll bring that report forward in January to obviously be formally debated at the budget meeting in February. I hope this receives cross-party consensus, but we'll find out in a minute. Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Supported by Councillor Murray. Would you like to speak now?
Yep, thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you for being our Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Nestorov, for the fantastic support that you've provided. And it's really nice to see you both actually enjoying the role as much as representing Medway in all kinds of ways. In supporting this proposal, I want to pay tribute actually to my late ward colleague, Councillor Bowler, who talked endlessly after being Mayor about what he felt to be a real democratic and political injustice about the removal of the point system. He had a great time when he was Mayor. He kept lots of friends from the various mayoralties that he was engaged with, and he was always terribly disappointed that there wasn't going to be that opportunity. So this is an extension of our commitment to democracy. It goes hand in hand, Councillor Tijan, with offering you the Chair of Business Support, which is something that we also pledged we would do in opposition. And it gives members of the public a chance to think about the answers that we give them and ask another question, either to enrich their understanding or perhaps because they want to push a bit more on the issue that they've raised because it's important. And as Councillor Maple has said, it puts the onus on us as Cabinet to be across our briefs and put ourselves in a position where we can answer a question. I'm convinced that people in Medway really enjoy the mayoralty. Whoever it is, whether it's a school, whether it's a community group, whether it's a more august body, people enjoy seeing the Mayor of Medway, and I think they should have an opportunity to do that from whatever political groups we have according to a fair point system. It makes sense, it depoliticises the mayoralty, and it shows our commitment actually to fairness. I'm not saying you always deserve us, to be fair to you, but on this occasion, it's something that we believe is really important, and I hope in that spirit you'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. We move to debate now, starting with Councillor Galvin and then Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and we will be supporting this. And I'd like to put on record, I think you've done a brilliant job as Mayor, as indeed as your Deputy Mayor. are a perfect example of how a mayor should be. I'm going to bore you for a moment with a history lesson. Unfortunately, a few years ago, we had a mayor who took advantage of that position and used it to rubbish the council and rubbish Medway. That upset a lot of people at the time. I think perhaps there should have been, yes, a period to take it away, but I think the point system personally should have been reinstated long ago. And I know, speaking to colleagues that are no longer with us but recently left the council, they were firmly of that belief as well. So I welcome the change back. We will fully support that. And that's because Councillor Murray's right. The mayor is something special to a lot of people. You know, particularly when you do school visits and the like. You know, the children get very excited, and it's a nice thing to do. And also, it's nice to have a first citizen that's available, you know, on big occasions. And I'll say, congratulations on the way you've conducted. As far as the supplementary question issue, yes, I'm happy to go with that. But just reflect on a point that was made earlier about the ease of hearing. I'm delighted that we will have that facility once we are no longer using this beautiful building, but it has an appalling acoustic. I had a nightmare when I was held to account in this building because my hearing is not particularly good. I can lip read a little bit, but I spent over 40 years working in ship's engine rooms. And in the early days when I was an apprentice, nobody wore ear defenders. It was considered a soppy thing to do, ridiculous now, but that was the attitude at the time. I'm glad to say that is long gone. But that's left a lot of people, you know, in Medway have got similar problems. A lot of us have worked in heavy industries and we have that problem. So yes, I welcome it, and we can all sit in a room that's fit for purpose. Though this is a lovely building, and in one way I will miss it, but as far as its acoustics are concerned, I will not miss it for one moment. So yes, we will support this tonight. It's probably the last time we'll agree tonight, but never mind. I hope not.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like my colleague, Councillor Galvin, fully supportive of this. I wasn't around at the time where they removed it, and I don't think I ever got to vote on it. So I have obviously, with regards to the public questions, I just wanted to make sure that when we're doing this, that we also potentially look at the time allocated, because getting public participation, if we don't get through all the people, we give him something and then we're taken away with the other hand. And it should be about making sure that everybody that comes gets an opportunity to be engaged with the council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp and Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Echoing what Councillor Joy just said, the reason that the supplementary questions was removed so that it gave more time for members of the public to actually ask questions. So I expect that if this is adopted, instead of having half an hour for public questions, we can considerably increase that time. Coming on to the question of the mayoralty, nobody supports the mayoralty more than I do. And you're quite right in saying that the mayor is important. The mayor is apolitical, as you quite rightly say, but when she's out and he or she is out on their travels, it's their job to promote and support Medway. And to anybody who will listen, it's a great place to live, work, play and visit. In spite of that, the budget for the mayoralty was slashed by over £50,000 a few years ago. Well, I'd like you to back up your support for the mayoralty by suggesting in the budget, maybe for the money you're saving from the Members' Priority Fund, that £50,000 is restored to the Mayor's budget. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Goering. I just thought I would contribute to the conversation around the depoliticisation of the mayoralty. Councillor Galvin obviously has memories of other consequences of the politicisation of what should be Medway's independent first citizen. It's been mentioned earlier tonight about the 2009 schools campaign in Medway, and at that time I was not only not a member of the Labour Party, I was a private citizen who was one of the campaigners to keep those schools open. And one of the very first things that we did as part of that campaign was we protested at Sweeps Festival 2009 in Rochester. And we did so to gain attention for the campaign, which was ultimately successful. But we did so at the moment that the Mayor chose to speak. Now, there may be members here who think we were in the wrong, but I'll tell you why I stand by the decision that we took that day and why it's so important that we adopt these measures tonight. Because at that time, the mayoralty was a political appointment. You had no chance of being Mayor of Medway if you hadn't worn a blue rosette. And people with blue rosettes were closing our schools, and therefore, as far as we were concerned, as parents, not as members of a political party, that made them a legitimate target. I don't want our mayoralty to be used in that way again. I don't want there to be targeting of a position which should be apolitical, and absolutely deprecate those who made that decision at that time, because it was so short-sighted, it damaged the mayoralty, and what a fantastic job that the current incumbents are doing at restoring public faith in that first citizen of Medway role. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no other member who wishes to speak, we will return to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, and I'm grateful for colleagues across the chamber for their support for what we're proposing tonight. As Councillor Galvin said, it may be the last time we agree tonight, but that's okay. That's democracy. So, yeah, absolutely. And look, let me say here and now very clearly, in 2 years' time, whoever the mayor is over there, I'll be supporting your events, because that's important when we've got that situation happening. It was regrettable that we've had a period of years where the Labour Party, and I make no apologies for this, took the position that we did on morality events because the system was wrong. The system is now right after this vote tonight, and I look forward to supporting mayors of all political persuasions. I was trying to do the calculation in my head. I'm not quite sure when we might have Mayor Pearce. I think it's probably another 24 years, but anyway, I look forward to being somewhere else in 24 years' time. On the issue of the supplementary questions, that is right. We can't just add back in half of the questions again, or potentially double the questions again if every resident chooses to take that up, and keep the same amount of time. So in that review we will do with officers, we will look at the time allocated, not only to that item, but potentially other items as well. We'll be looking at how a council is formed. It's been the same way for a long, long time, and actually times have moved on. And finally, I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Galvin. Write that down. Because, look, this is a beautiful building, but it's not fit for purpose for a meeting of this nature. We're sat not far away. I occasionally struggle to hear people on the other side. I have pretty good hearing. The acoustics in here are terrible. So it's good to hear the Leader of the Opposition and I agreeing on that matter. And it's unfortunate, perhaps, if others will use political downplaying of this important matter, that we've obviously got that new council chamber that is coming forward, hopefully for one of the first council meetings next year. And I know there'll be important training for all councillors to use that new technology there. It's important that this democracy works. It's important that we have a chamber that, most importantly, the public can feel welcome in, rather than being a very, very, very long way away. That needs to change as well, and that will change when we're back at Gun Wharf eventually. So, Mayor Gurung, again, thank you and the Deputy Mayor for your work. I look forward to supporting your successes over the next 3 years and hopefully beyond. And absolutely welcome those public questions we'll be receiving from the next full council in January.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. And may I add, as the Mayor of Medway, it is a huge privilege and an honour to serve the people of Medway. And being a political figure, we are trying our very best to uphold the dignity of the job that we have undertaken. And we are trying our very, very best to make sure that every community has a voice and is represented, when we are doing our work. So I'm trying my absolute best to reach out to everyone across Medway. And may I add also that I'm very, very proud of all our wonderful people of Medway and all the hard work that goes to make Medway such a great place to live, work, study, and raise our families. Thank you very much. So we now move to motions. I call upon Councillor Galvin to propose the motion at item A.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I brought this forward is because we have lost, I hope through a misunderstanding. Let's put it down to a misunderstanding. That'd be the nicest way of saying it. That the highly successful group that has existed for some 2.5 years now, it started during COVID, as a bit of a social thing to get people out of their homes but in a safely spaced place, and they decided that it would be nice to go and pick litter and make their area nice. I think they probably, in some respects, been too successful. The amount of black bags that they've filled up is now running into the thousands. But the area they cover is quite large. We're talking about Lordswood, Walderslade, Princes Park, and quite a chunk of Weedswood as well. And to expect people working in such a wide area to only have 7 nominated pick-up points, quite frankly, is not practical at all. Whilst the 2 leading lights that were involved that Councillor Curry and I met a few weeks ago have pulled out, I was very delighted. I hope, Councillor Curry and Councillor Maple, you've been able to read the email, so it looks like there's somebody else who's willing to take up the reins. So what I'm hoping out of this, Councillor Curry, is this evening you can give us a commitment that we can meet again with officers and see if we can find a way forward, because volunteers are really the bedrock of our society. And it's also, I think, adds up to a good example of social prescription as well, isn't it? Because people, prescription, not prescription, because there's not only the benefit to the community for the work they do, and we can visualise and see that improvement every day as we go around Medway, but it helps the people themselves. It started that way. It started so these ladies mainly, but they've been joined by a lot of young people as well. That got them out of their houses at a time when we weren't allowed to socialise, but litter picking is probably one of the things that social activity you can do at a distance. And having done litter picking myself, I've got to say it is extremely therapeutic. When you filled up your black plastic sack and you turn around and you can see the difference you've made in that half hour or so, it's absolutely fantastic. And I think we should encourage it. I'm sure we can find a way forward. So all I'm asking this evening is reassurance that we can put the previous events as down as a bit of a misunderstanding. We can all work together and get these people, and it's very good to see we've got at least one person there who's willing to take the forefront of the volunteers and meet with us. So that's my request. So over to you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Is that supported? Supported by Councillor Lammers. Would you like to speak now?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. as Councillor Goldwyn said, this group was started by Mary and Sharon, and they're not just an ordinary litter picking group. They really do represent best practice in Medway. They've received awards, they've been recognised at Medway ceremonies, which the now leader of the council has attended in the past. They've been recognised by the local MP, Tracy Crouch. They are absolutely brilliant. Since they started in 2021, they've almost now collected 6,000 bags of rubbish. And they leave their bags next to the bins very deliberately. One, because they have an excellent existing relationship with the people who collect the rubbish. They just chuck them on the back. And two, they stick massive A4 advertisement stickers on those black sacks advertising their group, so that as residents walk to and from their house, they see that people in their community are playing an active role. They scan the QR code on the special graphic we designed together, and it takes them straight to the Facebook page where they meet friends, join into this group, and actually grow. They have scores and scores of volunteers. They are absolutely incredible, and these two ladies, Mary and Sharon, are devastated, in actual fact. So devastated that they're lost for words. When I found out at the end of summer that out of the blue that their arrangements had been changed, I was in disbelief, because previously it was actually the local councillors in Lordswood and Capstone area who had supported this group for our local funds that we have. But because they were doing such a good job, we actually came to an agreement with the council where that support would be made permanent, and they would fund their high-vis jackets, their picking equipment, their advertisement stickers, so they wouldn't have to go cap in hand begging their local councillors. They become a recognised permanent part of the voluntary infrastructure that Medway Council supports. They sent me an email with 5 messages recently. The first is that they feel angry and not listened to. The second is that they don't understand why their brilliant existing relationships are being changed. Third, they feel in some ways that they are being punished as a result of pointing out to the local authority when bins haven't been collected. And obviously, I very much hope in the response you can discourage them of that. They had no warning of this change. And finally, they don't see the economic case. By making people come to pre-collected areas, the litter will be there for longer in the streets. It will encourage rodents. It will have to be collected anyway. Please don't take advantage of the voluntary group and just keep the existing arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lammers. Councillor Curry, and then Councillor Hine.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring, and thank you very much for your motion, Councillor Goldwyn. In principle, I just wanted to say a couple of words on it, and we would like to submit an alternative with just a couple of minor amendments for consideration to circulate now, if that's possible. I think, as far as the work... Oh, do I stop? I'll stop first. Apologies.
Can someone pass the sweets?
So Councillor Curry has submitted an amendment. So I'm allowing half a minute to go through it and then allow questions. So I will be inviting Councillor Curry to propose the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of points, and that really is about the text of the motion as it stands at the moment, and that's why we're suggesting these alternatives. Firstly, but I would like to say that at no point, and I did check this, was any kind of consideration of punishment for any volunteers suggested by officers. And I think I need to make that very clear. The officers have been absolutely scrupulously fair. So I don't know where that rumour, which is kind of all it must be, has come from. And obviously the volunteers have picked that up and expressed it to yourself, Councillor Lammas. But I'm sure that certainly did not come from any officers or any of our members as far as I'm aware. So I would like to sort of put that one down, put that to bed immediately. I think the other thing that I feel uncomfortable about is in the paragraph 2 of the standing motion that we've got in front of us is the use of the word unappreciated resource. I think that, frankly, as we've said many times as in, we hugely appreciate, both sides of this chamber appreciate the voluntary activities of all our volunteers in Medway. And I would like to remove that from the statement because, as has been said many times, they are hugely appreciated. I think, if we look at the history of litter picking in Medway, one of the great events that we have every year is the Great British Spring Clean. And even during COVID, we managed to fit one in. I think it ended up not being in spring, but in autumn. But we got it in somehow, thanks to the work of our environmental engagement team, who do a brilliant job of getting out there and talking to the volunteers. So I think that is something that we need to have very cleared there. And also to say, in the paragraph where it talks about it's a shame that they're no longer able to provide the service to the community. Again, that's not the case. They can provide the service, but across Medway, we have a huge number of litter pickers who do similar things to the Lords and Aldersgate litter pickers, and they have a collection service that's organised by the staff, and it works really well. All we're doing is equity across the whole of Medway so that all volunteers can be served in an equal and proper way. And that's really the only change that was being proposed. And I'm sorry that the two ladies that you mentioned, who I met and were extremely nice to me, and they were very understanding to a certain extent, but obviously not happy, but they were very polite and we had a very good conversation. Councillor Garvin was present in the cafe when we met, and one of the officers was with us as well. So that takes me to my third sort of amendment area, which is in the fact that we don't want to start an engagement, we want to continue our engagement. I think that's important. We have started that engagement. I've responded in emails. I think they put me on their Facebook as well. And certainly I've had conversations with another volunteer, and I know that the staff have been in touch with them as well, and emails have been responded to. So I think just those few amendments, and we can continue and move on.
Thank you, Councillor.
I just want to say one more. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that supported?
Yes. Goring.
Supported by Councillor Jones. So we are going to... Would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Oh, I reserve the right to speak later, thank you.
Thank you. We move to Councillor Hine and then Councillor Galvin. On the amendment, not the original proposal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Curry for the amendment. I wish to wholeheartedly endorse the comment made by Councillor Galvin and my ward colleague, Councillor Lammas, and I also want to pay tribute to the hard work of the Lawsford and Aldersgate litter picking group for the benefit, for the hard work they do for the benefit of all residents in keeping our area tidy and free of litter. I recall vividly when canvassing back in the spring, speaking to residents who noted how clean our streets and public spaces were, and that is thanks in large part to this group who work tirelessly, collect not just discarded rubbish, but everything else that they find, often in locations that the council can't or won't get to. This includes items like car tyres, abandoned shopping trolleys, and other detritus that has been left behind. Without groups such as these, our community is poorer for it, and the civic pride of our residents will suffer as a result. I would strongly urge Councillor Curry, when he does engage with the Lawsford and Aldersgate group, to invite local councillors to this, to the meeting with them and learn from their best practice as well, because they're a fantastic group and it would be a mistake, a grave mistake, not to engage with them, and it would detrimentally affect our communities. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hine. Councillor Galvin, I would like to reiterate that we are debating on the amendment, not the original proposal, please.
Yes, of course, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that. I think to save time, I know this is a formal meeting and we've got to go through the formal process, but I think it's a bit silly to argue over a few words and sentences at this time of night. I think we'd rather accept this amendment because it is still in the spirit
Can
of
we
the
allow
motion.
Councillor Galvin to speak, please?
Yeah, so I think we will, perhaps we could expedite this, Madam Mayor, and say that yes, we're happy to accept the amendment and let's get on with our further business.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very, very pleased with the amendment proposed. I think this is a great opportunity to return full original support to the group, and I very much look forward to attending this meeting alongside the other local representatives so that this brilliant group can once again feel they have the fantastic supported status that they enjoyed only a few months ago. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Lamas. I will be coming back to Councillor Jones.
Mayor Goering, in view of Councillor Galvin's plea, unless members particularly want to hear me, I think we'll move to move to a conclusion. The enthusiasm on the opposition benches is noted. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for that as well, Councillor Jones. And we now return to the proposer of the amendment, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring, and thank you very much, Councillor Galvin, for seeing that. I mean, just a couple of points. Certainly, Councillor Hine, Councillor Lamas, more than welcome. I'm happy to come along to a meeting with the group and with yourselves. That's certainly a proper. I reiterate again how important this is. We've all been agreeing on that. I would say that the service that they were having, the sort of bespoke service that they had, I mean, we need to bring that equity in, so the offers on the table of different kinds of collection mechanisms, which brings them in line with all the other litter groups that we have in Medway, and we'll see how that works. And that's a matter for discussion with officers as well, and the resources that they have in hand. So that's the kind of discussion that we'll have going forward. But otherwise, thank you very much, and thank you,
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. So we are now going to go back to the original proposer, Councillor Galvin.
Madam Mayor, I don't think we want to delay this. I think we're all agreed. So
is that agreed?
Right, now becomes the substantive. Is that now agreed?
So that amendment will now become the substantive proposal. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, Council. So we are now going to motion B. I will call upon Councillor Spalding to propose the motion at item B.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is a variation to the motion pursuant to Rule 11.4.1, and it's alteration version 1, the one with the 2 paragraphs in it.
So we pause there, and so we will say.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Council Rule 11.4.1 states that a member may alter a motion of which he has given notice with the consent of the meeting. This alteration is being handed round to members now.
Next one. Yeah, that's the right one, yeah.
So members, does Councillor Spalding have your consent to alter his motion?
No, we just need to hand it round first.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
comes down to, we'll do it by vote. But we'll just look for a general consent.
So, members, does Councillor Spalding have your consent to alter his motion? Was there a no? Can I please remind everybody that I would like clarity about, your intentions?
This political group is happy to accept the alteration, but I give notice now that after the mover and seconder, I will be speaking, then moving the call to vote, as per the Constitution.
Right, okay. So shall I just ask?
So the mood of the meeting is that they will agree to allow Councillor Spalding to have his.
So I have gauged the... So was there another no somewhere? Okay. It seems that the general mood of the council is to allow Councillor Spalding to speak about the altered motion. So, Councillor Spalding, would you like to?
I'm obliged to the members present. I thought long and hard about this, and I was grateful to listen to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee last night. And the more I thought about this, the more I thought I actually do need to bring this into the room, because more and more I looked and thought, is this one of the ways that we can best spend our money? And they say a week's a long time in politics, and yes, I believe in inclusivity, and I appreciate we've got some funds for Christmas lights, but I believe it shouldn't just be for the 5 towns, it should also be for the rural areas. But also, and it's from personal experience, I believe that we can better spend the money on the moving traffic enforcement. We've got one area in Chatham, and yet we probably need a lot more, because you basically dice with death sometimes going up Chatham High Street with a number of people that ignore no entry signs, etc. And before we get into the It's To budget rule, I noted earlier that we passed the Rivermead funding, and I was very grateful. And in chatting to Councillor Coombs some time ago on this, when I asked where do we get the extra money from, she actually said we moved it from another budget. And in a previous life, I was the financial accountant at West Malling Airfield for Met Air when it was still an airfield, and we regularly had to deal with budgets. It's not ideal, but it does happen. The other reason I'm moving this, and I do draw the members' attention to the words seriously consider, and I appreciate there's a statutory consultation to come, is when we actually look at the capital budget from which this is being funded, a lot of it is borrowing in lieu of future rents, future contributions, future business rents. And interestingly, some of the money is actually coming from the revenue budget. Now, that to me thinks we're not just basically robbing Peter to pay Paul, we're actually robbing Peter's children and their grandchildren. So I think it is right that this council actually gets the opportunity to seriously consider, not scrap, not go ahead with, but seriously consider the actual red route plans. And something came up, I believe it's Councillor Sands at scrutiny last night. It's a package. Perhaps we need to look at the package. Perhaps a certain part needs to come out of it. I don't know. That's a matter for this council. Looking at the bits and pieces on this, we have the figures, the breakdown of the costs, and you think, yeah, perhaps we can spend this. And of course, it's not just the cost of the setup, the cost of the interest, the cost of the borrowing. And I'm actually reminded of something my rugby playing friend across the chamber, Councillor Peake, said when we found out that we were getting funding for Christmas lights. The business community will continue to invest whilst Labour continues to be the wise custodians of the public purse. Now that brings it into the realm, wise custodians. As I say, I've thought long and hard about bringing this forward. I'm asking members to consider this, Because if the motion is passed, it gives the whole council the opportunity to look at the Red Route scheme as a whole and consider, could the money be better spent, or indeed whether it should be spent at all. We talk about rejuvenating high streets, dealing with errant motorists there would be a start. So I do actually bring this motion forward and I commend it to the council for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Is the altered motion supported by anyone?
Councillor Spring.
Is it supported?
It's
Councillor
not working.
Spring.
Sorry. I will support the motion. As it was originally planned, I haven't yet spoken with regards to all of the details contained in there, but for the moment I will support and I will reserve my point to speak later on if possible.
Thank you. So I will take that as Councillor Spring supporting the altered motion and reserving his right to speak later. So we will now move to the floor to debate this. So I have on my screen Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. Unlike the previous Conservative administration who ruled out an alteration when the sale of Royal Mail happened in between Tuesday 4 o'clock and full council, we won't do that. We will allow a change. Events have changed. So believing in democracy, we would allow this to come forward. The Labour and Cooperative Group will be voting against this altered motion tonight for several reasons. First and foremost, last night gave a clear indication. There was a lot of discussion and scrutiny of one, according to some colleagues on the other side of the chamber, of the red routes. So what will be interesting tonight is whether Conservative colleagues who have been at pains to say, look, no, it's not the principle, no. It's very specifically about Raynham and the percentage of residents, we've got different views, I know whose numbers I trust, who have shared views on this. And look, we've listened, those changes have been made. So if the Conservative group vote for this tonight and support this tonight in this new altered motion, it's even more explicit. That's not really true. That's not really true. And that would be disappointing because look, I want to protect those lungs of young children. I want to make sure traffic is moving. All of my colleagues want to make sure we're improving the transport situation in Medway. So I hope we see other Conservative colleagues, particularly those who have voted for this 3 times. 3 times. So let's see what happens with this motion tonight on that element. On the second aspect, and I do recognise that the fundamentals of 2 issues being lights and red routes are kind of in here, but slightly more padded out. You've had another few days to think about it. That I pay tribute to my friend and colleague who's working hard for all of Rochester and Strood, not just the bits that they're worried about, but all elements, all people, all residents working hard, and actually working hard for small businesses across the Medway towns. So from that perspective, the suggestion in here, and just to be very clear, I thank those businesses who stepped forward to help us out at this time of need. That was the right thing for them to do, and I'm grateful. This motion doesn't understand the work that's gone behind that, doesn't understand, actually, this wouldn't be practically possible with the sponsorship we have. So this group will not be supporting this altered motion. And as I said in my indication, I would therefore put that the vote is put.
Right, okay. So Councillor Maple has requested for a vote. So members, I will be requesting you to...
Is that agreed to go to the vote?
So is that agreed to go to the vote now?
Yes.
Yes, so there is cross-party support to go to the vote now. So
we're voting on the altered motion.
So may I remind everybody that we're now voting on the altered motion, not the original motion.
Altered motion. All those in favour?
So all those in favour, could you please show your hand?
All those against?
So Councillor Maple.
This is, and I'm fearful because we want to go home. I think technically Councillor Spring still would have the right to speak as he's reserved his right. I don't want to extend our 3 minutes, but it's fair that he's given the opportunity. I look forward with interest to what the Conservative Party says on this motion.
Motion to speak is that Chris has already, Councillor Spalding has already orated his position, and my position, whilst it will be contrary to many, is to say that the red routes have had absolutely zero impact within London on congestion, and so therefore to have a red route is not going to assist anything. There is no evidence publicly available to say that red routes are at all beneficial, and I also agree that we should ask the council to maintain their Christmas lights as well.
So allow Chris to do it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Spring. I will go back to Councillor Spalding, and then we will go to the vote.
I'm grateful in the view of democracy that obviously I do get the last word. And reading the room, and yes, it is late, I will happily withdraw the altered motion, and I will withdraw the original motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right.
Can't.
Thank you very much for confirming your position. So,
But we still need to vote, because we've agreed an altered motion, so we've agreed a vote, so we now need to
I have been advised that although we appreciate Councillor Spalding now withdrawing the motion, because we have agreed to the altered motion being debated, so we will now have to vote on it. So those in favour of the altered motion, please raise your hand.
None. Yeah. All those against.
Okay, for the purpose of democracy, it's just Councillor Spalding.
All those against.
All those against?
The motion falls, Madam Mayor.
Okay, the motion does fall.
On to item C.
Right, we move on to item C. I will call upon Councillor Pearce to propose the motion at item C. May I please have peace and quiet, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The east coast of England is a globally important place for nature. This part of the country rivals some of the most iconic natural places on the planet and includes one of the most important networks of wetlands. These wetlands stretch from the mighty mudflats of the Medway and Thames estuaries all the way to the Humber estuary and is a refuge for millions of migratory birds, including over 300,000 on the Hoo Peninsula alone. East Coast Wetlands is home to more than 155 species of bird, and some of the world's most amazing natural spectacles take place here. It's also a store for over 12 million tonnes of carbon. This very important haven for wildlife is worthy of recognition as a Natural World Heritage Site. The proposed designation has made it onto the UK's tentative list and is being promoted by a group of partners, including local authorities, local communities and conservation organisations. The beautiful area around the Hoo Peninsula and north of Rainham would be included, if successful, and would benefit from the designation. Natural World Heritage Site status would enhance the already heavily protected special protection areas, Ramsar sites and sites of special scientific interest we already have locally. This motion welcomes and supports the inclusion of the proposed East Coast Wetlands designation and resolves that the Council will work with a group of partners to enable a full proposal to be submitted for consideration over the coming years. What a wonderful thing this would be, Madam Mayor, if we had a natural World Heritage Site in our area. I hope that all members will support this exciting and positive proposal. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Is that supported? Supported by Councillor Croser. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later? Thank you, Councillor Croser. We move to debate now. So we have got Councillor Curry, followed by Councillor Croser.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring. And I think members will be glad to know, and I'm grateful to the Democratic Services putting this last. This is a hugely important issue. The East Coast Atlantic Flyway is one of the most important migratory bird routes in the world, and millions upon millions of birds use it every year, twice a year, going up and down to avoid the freezing north winter temperatures, when the mud freezes and they can't feed in the mud. That's why they come down to the UK and beyond. The North Kent Marshes is right in line with that flyway. Our North Kent Marshes, with its Ramsars and its SPAs and all the other lovely protections that they have as a wintering site for a lot of these birds, or just as a stop-off site as they fly further south. So already, as a council, we are now working in partnership with the Nature Recovery Scheme that's just been launched this summer with Kent County Council and the Environment Agency. I've been meeting with the RSPB and the Environment Agency, Birdwise and the Medway Estuary Swale Partnership on this very issue, and I've got further meetings coming up. So as a group, we are fully supportive of this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Before I go to Councillor Crozer, I will be inviting Councillor Galvin to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On this side, we're quite happy to support this, and I'm pretty certain my predecessor would have supported it as well, but perhaps not for the same reasons as some of us. But seriously, I've in younger times, I've enjoyed sailing on the River Medway. I had a part share in a yacht a little while back, and in the quieter moments when the wind and the tide were good, watching the wonderful wildlife that we've got passing through is fantastic. It's breathtaking in some respects. So think we have a wonderful asset with those marshes and mudflats, and to get the protected status, I would think a wonderful thing. We've got to accept that some of the peninsula will have to be built on, but let's make sure that what is not built on has this sort of protection, and those beautiful things that we've got will be preserved for future generations as well. So, yeah, we'll be very happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Crozer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this forward, and thank you to Vince and Councillor Curry for the words that he said. I know that, like you, there are perhaps a lot of members here that remember when we were together as a council back in 2020, and we fought government's proposal to build an airport at Cliff. And then we were together in knowing and realising just how important the North Kent Marshes are, and realising that we are a custodian of this wonderful place. At that time, there was a certain group of us that got together with RSPB, and we kind of led a campaign to in terms of the public to fight the airport. One of those people was a chap called Perry Haynes, who I don't know whether Vince knows, but he was quite prevalent in the music industry, and I can remember sitting looking over the North Kent Marshes one afternoon, and him saying that this really ought to be a UNESCO site. And it wasn't just I don't think he was talking about the wetlands from the Thames estuary right the way up to Hull. I think he was just talking about the North Kent Marshes, and so it would be where we have it and where in Swale as well, because there's quite a lot of history around there. And so I would like to pay tribute to him for his vision. And also, I'd like to mention the other two ladies. One was Joan Goddard, that's, not Joan Goddard, sorry, Joan Darwell, that some of you may remember, but particularly the other lady that was with them, or with us, who was Jill Moore. Jill was a real stalwart supporter of the North Kent Marshes, and after that campaign she went on to do some wonderful work with RSPB and lots of other organisations. She sadly lost her life on the marshes defending what she loved and hated, and I know that she would feel very proud, and the hairs on the back of my neck are going up at the moment, Madam Mayor, because I know she would feel very proud at this moment that we are recognising that this may become, I'm not saying it will be, or we're not saying it will be, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So it gives me immense pleasure to second the proposal by my colleague Michael Pearce. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croser. Back to the proposer, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say thank you to everyone for their contributions, and I'm very happy that I've got a motion that looks like it's going to get a lot of support, so that's good. Thank you everyone for that.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. So this must be the last item on the agenda. So I call upon Councillor Maple to propose the motion at item D.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung, and I'm sure I don't know what you call motion B, probably a 0-0 scoreless draw, who knows. Yesterday was Unison's Champions Day, a great day that celebrated those hard-working women and men who day in, day out deliver for our community here in Medway and communities up and down the country in the service of local government. And I want to take this opportunity tonight to say once again a huge thank you to every single member of staff. I want to say thank you to Jade from the comms team, who is leaving us in 1 day's time. So thank you to Jade, and thank you to everybody who does the work that they do. And actually they do that, as we've talked about on many occasions, with reducing resources, sometimes posts being deleted, but the work definitely not being deleted. And on it goes, and on it goes. And as a new administration, we've seen pretty early on, in less than 150 days, the financial circumstances this council is in, both from the previous administration, the fact that last year's budget was built on reserves, had an overspend of many millions of pounds that used reserves. And of course, the fact that, as was seen in the April full council minutes to a question to Councillor Jarrett, the revenue support grants in this council has gone down by 91% since 2010. Sadly, Medway is not alone in that. It is particularly, but not exclusively, upper tier authorities, those who have got the responsibility for highways and care and education, that are struggling with the financial pressures, the burdens. Rightfully, we're here to serve those residents when they need us, but the funding gap that we find across local government, as is mentioned in the motion, is something which is not sustainable. So look, we know the challenges we've got ahead as a council, as an administration, as a cabinet, and also the senior officers of this council as well. They're working alongside us, shoulder to shoulder, to bring forward the challenging, difficult choices that we as elected representatives will have to make. And we've talked about the Christmas lights, and I don't say this flippantly. Look, that's a £75,000 saving. That's not, that takes us towards that target of £17 million. But we're transparent, we're open, and you've heard already from colleagues like Councillor Van Dijk, the work that we're doing to actually occasionally have to spend slightly more to save a much bigger sum, particularly when it comes, as has been referred to elsewhere in the agenda, to our 6th pledge, to crack down on that use of unnecessary locums, consultants and temporary staff. There will always be an occasional need, but in most cases, we could be filling those roles in a different way. Our council is at the point where it has the recommended minimum level of budget from our statutory officer. He's clear on that. And that means that councils like Medway will be left with almost impossible choices. Do we sell off buildings like the very one we're in tonight? Probably, but that will only go so far. And from that perspective, of course, we can sit here and go, that's not acceptable, and it's not acceptable. The situation Medway Council's finances are in is not acceptable, and we're doing everything we can every single day to fix that. But ultimately, this comes down to where the funding comes from central government. And I say, in particular, those councils with the upper tier authority responsibilities for care. It was the right decision for the previous administration to invest in children's services. That was the right decision. We supported that. But again, that's a budget pressure which, year on year, means that we have now got the situation, because the other difficult decisions weren't taken, we're now stepping up to that. So I hope we will see support for us writing to the Chancellor. I suspect we might, if you believe what you see on social media, we might hear some other variations on a theme of what council funding does and doesn't look like. I'm quoting from the former leader of the council, their former colleague. So I'm pretty clear that I trust what he was saying, even if they don't. So we should be writing to the Chancellor of the Exchequer ahead of the autumn statement to make sure that we put the case not only for local government, but very specifically for the pressures that Medway has as we fight for the resources that our community and residents rightfully deserve.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Thank you. You may speak now.
In supporting this motion, I want to remind people not so much about the financial situation. We've actually had a lot of debate about that tonight, but about the people behind it. Councillor Maple's spoken about the way that we're working every single day to get on top of these problems. And we're working alongside the corporate management team who are doing the same. And working alongside them and right across the council are everybody else who are doing their jobs in reduced circumstances, most of them, with huge difficulty, big workload pressure, and now the insecurity and miserable feeling that something is going wrong. We're expecting people to come to work every single day and telling them that we want to look in every dark corner of this council to make an efficiency, to find out what's going on, to decide whether something that they're doing that's important to them can't happen anymore. Now, the message that I give and that we give as a cabinet is that actually we're standing on the shoulders of giants. These things can be overcome. Things can and will get better. We are public service evangelists. We believe in the innovation, the talent, the commitment, and the determination of people that work in public services to make the UK and make Medway a better place. For us, the sun is behind the clouds, but we've got to act now. And part of that, we're asking you, let Jeremy Hunt know what's happening. Maybe he knows already. There isn't much sign of it. I've never heard him in his role of Chancellor of the Exchequer speak about local government, actually, apart from speaking up for a planning application in his own constituency. I've never heard him talk about local government. I've never heard him say how important it is. I've never heard him acknowledge that local government is the delivery vehicle for government policy. All of those things are true. So we're asking you to put your signature to a letter that tells Jeremy Hunt, this is what's happening. This is how much we're struggling. And I can assure you, our officers are in contact with departments and have had no help. All they receive are punitive messages. If that happens, this will happen to you. There isn't, at the moment, shared responsibility at a government level about what's happening. We've met the 3 MPs. Vince and I have met the 3 MPs. We've offered them quarterly meetings. In particular, one of them says, oh, well, she was ostracised by the last council and she didn't have her chance to speak. Since then, as we've heard tonight, she's said a lot of things that I'd rather she didn't open her gob to say. But there it is. We have offered the opportunity. But in that conversation, the only commitment that we were given, and we were talking about health, was to say, well, we're all on Steve Barclay's WhatsApp. We'll send him a message. Government by WhatsApp isn't good enough. A letter will help. It will show how we feel.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. We will now move to debate. Councillor Galvin.
Just a point of order, Madam Speaker. Just the use of the word open her gob. Do we really need to speak like that in this chamber? I don't think it's necessary.
I would agree that, as far as possible, can we please use more appropriate words that is in line with our councillors' code of conduct, please? Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On this side, for a long, long time, we've put pressure on the government to provide extra funding for Medway. Sometimes we've been successful, sometimes not, in fact. I know for a fact that my colleagues who went to the annual party conference lobbied hard with members of the government. Unfortunately, we can't support this motion with its present wording. I think you probably wouldn't have expected us to. So I give notice that we will be moving an amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So, if you could kindly hand the amendment. We're going to pause.
Mayor, whilst those are being circulated, could I clarify from Councillor Lammas what he would like us to say to Kelly Tolhurst instead?
Can we just move to what we are trying to focus on, please? Have you read it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so we go back to the Goldman, so we started the scrutiny, back to him, and then it's got to be supported.
Of course, yeah. It's still distributing it.
I think that's fine, so let's go to Councillor.
So I'll be calling upon Councillor Galvin to move the amended motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the reasons why we can't support the motion in its present form is the constant promotion of the idea that Medway's had a 91% reduction in its government revenue support grant. Whilst this might be true arithmetically, but as I remember being taught at primary school when we started to learn algebra, one must not mix one's apples with one's pears. And I'm afraid by doing the way that you've calculated that 91% reduction, it's exactly what you've done, because in April 2013, the government introduced the business rate retention scheme and reformed the way in which local government is funded. The local government sector, and you must also remember that that's not just us as local councils, but also includes fire and rescue authorities, now benefit directly from supporting local business growth, as they're able to keep half of any increases in business rates revenue to invest in local services. The 2013 local government finance settlement was the first under the new arrangements. It provided each local authority with its starting position under the business rates retention scheme. This included the following calculations at local authority levels: individual authority start-up funding assessment, baseline funding level, individual authority business rates baseline, tariffs and top-ups, a levy rate, and a safety net threshold. Because of these changes, it is impossible to claim that there is a 91% reduction in grant. And whilst I will accept, wholeheartedly accept, that the local government sector has borne a too larger share of the necessary reduction in government expenditure. But what we've got to remember is government debt as a percentage of GDP is as high or higher than it's been in most of us' lifetime. And unfortunately...
Thank you, Councillor Goldburn. Is the amended motion supported?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Supported by Councillor Perfect. Would you like to speak now or reserve your
reserve
right
the
to
right.
speak later?
Thank
Okay,
you,
thank you very much. So we're going to move to the floor and we're going to debate on the amended motion. So we have Councillor Maple first, followed by Councillor Tijan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. The Labour and Cooperative Group will not be supporting this amended motion for probably about 103 billion different reasons. Although, of course, that figure's nearly been doubled since 2010, interestingly. And, of course, it's interesting to hear mention of Conservative Party conference where the hall was empty for the man who should have been announcing HS2 was being axed, where the room was full for the woman who put Medway residents' mortgage payments up by hundreds of pounds a month. That shows where the modern Conservative Party currently is. And we have to talk about them because they are the ones who have been in control of government for the last 13 years, ably, some would say, abetted and assisted by the Liberal Democrats. We don't forget them. They're to blame for some of this as well, quite big amounts actually in some cases. Look, the reality is this. This council has had a 91% reduction in its revenue support grant since 2010. The words of Alan Jarrett. I agree with Alan Jarrett. I will continue to agree with Alan Jarrett on that one issue, not on much else. And the reality is that his administration, your administration, many of you were part of that cabinet. Some people on that side were shouting at that cabinet to do different things and they weren't really paying much attention. You didn't take some difficult decisions, and that means this administration, as hard as it will be, and I've heard comments from former cabinet members saying, well, it's always been this way. It's all, you know, Q1's always really tough. Look, this is not like anything else we've had to deal with before. Yeah, I'm not expecting to get, based on the February budget, phone calls from national organisations going, is Medway serving a Section 114 notice? Is that going to happen? Are you going to follow Thurrock and Slough and others and Woking? You know, from that perspective, and there are others as well. I won't list them all. I'll give up all my 3 minutes. So, look, I understand why you've moved this. I used to sit in that chair. I understand why you'd move an amendment like this. And I also understand why this team are going to vote that down and press ahead with getting through to central government before the autumn statement to say, we don't thank them for the money that they haven't given us enough of. We say we demand a fair deal for Medway. That's what this administration is getting on with. And I regret that at this stage we won't be supporting your amendment. And I hope when we vote this down, you'll support the substantive.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. So we have Councillor Tijan and then Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the Labour administration have my sincere regard and concern, as well as good wishes for the quick recovery on the Christmas lights. We all know the administration have been involved in the metamorphic car crash in which they made a sudden and sharp U-turn in relation to Christmas lights in Rochester and Medway as a whole, and undoubtedly causing them to sustain probably the most severe whiplash. Look, in all fairness, it was perhaps inevitable that cracks were going to appear sooner or later, but we never had anticipated they would be so soon into their tenure. Whilst the proposer stand that it is sufficient funding in regards to the Christmas light and wherever they're trying to propose now. We know that they haven't looked at alternative source. I beg for them to show evidence of what negotiations started before they made that announcement, upsetting our residents. Again, before writing to our Chancellor of the Exchequer, what have you done to strategize for alternative source of funding? We're talking about our residents, the residents of Medway. Of course, we know about the financial crisis. We know about the war in Ukraine. We know about COVID. We know what the government spent. We know about the furlough scheme. We know the support for businesses. We know the vaccine rollout. We know what's left in the coffers when you had the largest pandemic in the history for many years. So let's not joke about it. Let's be honest. The Nolan principle, transparency, accountability, integrity. Madam Mayor, I can't support the motion, the amendment, for all the reasons outlined. We should be looking at alternative source of funding.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm talking about your motion. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about my amendment. You're right. Madam Mayor, I'll stop that because I'm getting too passionate about this matter.
Okay, Councillor Tijan, thank you very much. Just for the purpose of clarity, can you please state what you are proposing and what you are not proposing?
For the purpose of clarity, I am supporting our amendment.
Thank you.
And I'm putting up an argument against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lawrence, then Councillor Khan, Councillor Spalding, and Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to be speaking in favour of Councillor Galvin's amendment tonight. Any Medway Labour motion will, of course, be simplistic, notwithstanding the facts. Simplistic because local government finance is extremely complicated and cannot just be described on a few words on a page on a cold, wet October's evening. The fact is that Councillor Maple mixes local funding and national funding, looking for the number that might have the biggest impact without understanding either. There is no reference to the actions he might take to locally plug some of the funding gaps. And he doesn't even know exactly what that number is. He's spoken about 7 million, he's spoken about 15 million, I think he's even spoken about 17 million, so we've had 3 different numbers this evening. The fact is that there were changes in local government funding that took place in 2013 and 2014, which meant that the council retained more business rate revenue generated in Medway, and the central government grant was adjusted accordingly. The fact is that core spending power, excluding the dedicated school grant, has increased 32% since 2010. And the council has been in receipt of additional funding across the regeneration and culture sectors, the latest being a slice of a £200 million heritage fund. The fact is there has been increases in social care via the additional levy paid by council taxpayers and, of course, increases in council tax bills more generally. Councillor Galvin's pragmatic amendment does acknowledge the funding challenges on social care, and on this side we regularly talk about the challenges in SEND funding, and note that these challenges, especially the challenges around the safety valve arrangements. Wherever we have the opportunity, we push Medway's case with government ministers and department officials. Colleagues did so at party conference, and I did so recently when I was at the DFE in my role as Chair of Trustees, specifically talking about the impact of the safety valve on the funding of SEND in Medway. I would encourage Councillor Maple to take the same approach and have practical conversations with central government that could benefit Medway. Finally, Madam Mayor, Councillor Maple may reflect on the way he raised the spectre of a Section 114 flag to gain some publicity for himself, and no doubt in some odd way an attempt to embarrass the government. If there was ever a way of scaring off suitably qualified and expert staff to come and work at Medway Council, Councillor Maple ran up the right flag. Who would want to come work for a council that was on the brink of bankruptcy? Any Section 114 event will be entirely on him and Medway Labour. As leader of this great local authority, Councillor Maple is facing the same challenges that the previous administration
Councillor
dealt with.
Lawrence.
Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
I think it's clear that the opposition are living in cloud cuckoo land, and I'm not going to apologise for using colloquial language in the council chamber, because they're clearly burying their heads in the sand, as they did while they were administration of this council, which is how this situation has partly got to where it is. So I think let's move on. It's almost midnight. I propose that we move this to the vote because it's clearly fantasy. We're not going to thank the Chancellor for destroying our finances, and let's get on for actually debating the substantive motion. Thank you.
Is it the mood of the meeting that we move to the vote on the amendment?
Is it the mood of the chamber that we move to the vote on the amendment? Okay, on that basis,
Back to Councillor Goldman.
I will...
No.
So we will go back to Councillor Goldman.
As the mover of the amendment.
As the mover of the amendment, please.
Well, it's interesting that the ruling group don't want to debate this further. It may be midnight, but there's still important issues that should be discussed. So I'm very disappointed that we are not going to have a proper debate. Yes, you will always have the numerical majority, and certainly that was proved the night before last, when you wouldn't accept a rethink on the red route. So I'm sorry we've got into this situation. It's a shame, but we've tried to put a reasonable amendment forward that we could have a reasonable discussion on. If you don't want to talk, well, there's nothing much we can do about it, is there?
Thank you, Councillor Goldman. So we will now move to the vote on the amendment.
All those in favour,
so all those in favour
of the amendment,
please. Right. All those in opposition to the amendment, please raise your hand.
The amendment is lost.
So the amendment is lost, so we will go back to the original motion. So that's Councillor.
Yeah, no, so it's any member on the original motion.
So would any member want to speak on the original motion? If not, we're going to go back to Councillor Maple. Back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much. We're now on day number 148. Look, one of the changes we'll come to when we come to the paper in January is where we debate motions. Actually, we shouldn't be doing this conversation, which is actually the most political, at midnight. So one of the things we will do is move this further up the agenda. So I look forward to that. And we'll look at some other stuff as well. Look, friends, colleagues, comrades, political opponents, whatever your view on the amendment, the truth is this. We need to tell central government now there is a crisis in local government funding. We are one example of that. We're not the only example of that. And look, rest assured, I didn't want people to be phoning me about a Section 114. It was the press picking up quite rightly, as we should do, in line with Nolan principles. We had the risk register, and the risk register was clear. If we did nothing as an administration, there was a real risk of a Section 114. That's not my words. That is the words of officers doing their job in looking at the risks to this administration. So look, we will continue to do everything we can. We will always welcome government funding when it comes. We'll welcome funding from elsewhere. But actually, although those things are important, we need long-term sustainable funding for Medway Council. And this letter will go some way, along with meetings with government. I'll always be welcoming a meeting with a minister, a Secretary of State. My first question to the Secretary of State will be, where's my £170 million for infrastructure? We never really got to the bottom of that, but we know the truth. The truth is that Medway got a raw deal, and we're getting a raw deal every single year, and that has been amplified because of the decisions that weren't taken by the previous administration. So I'll formally move the motion as originally written, and I hope it receives strong support from all sides.
So is that agreed? So we're going to vote again. So those in favour? Those against?
The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. So there being no further business, I would like to thank you all for your valuable contributions, and I declare the meeting closed.